Chapter 1071. Difficult. Seated at the counter was a green-robed elder. He had also noticed Zhuowen's arrival. His eyes were filled with indifference as he asked, "Are you here to take the grade 4 mental energy test?" Zhuowen nodded. The elder did not say anything else as he directly took out a black palm-sized cube from his sleeve. "Crush it and you will have the qualifications to be green-robed." After the green-robed elder finished speaking, he once again bent over the table as if nothing had happened. He completely ignored Zhuowen. Clearly, he did not believe that Zhuowen could successfully pass the test. "For Yuan crystal block. I did not expect that old man Lu Li would take out such a thing as a grade 4 mental energy test item. Isn't this a little too harsh?" When they saw the black cube that the green-robed elder handed over to Zhuowen, the gazes of many people in the hall hardened as a strange expression appeared on their faces. "It's actually a 4 yuan crystal block. Elder, isn't this test a little too difficult? If you want to crush this 4 yuan crystal block, you will need at least an advanced grade 4 mental energy. Even an initial grade 4 mental energy might not be able to crush it." Huang Can's face was a little pale as he hurriedly spoke to the green-robed elder in front of the counter. However, he was interrupted by the latter. "If you don't want to take the test, you can leave. Since this old man says that this is the test, then it is the test. If you are not satisfied, you can forget about taking the test and scram back to the 3rd floor." The green-robed elder once again lifted his head and spoke in an extremely rude manner. "That's right. If you don't have the ability, then don't take the test. Elder Lu Li is very busy. You are just wasting his time by being so fussy." Chen Gang and Noa Xiang came to the front of the counter as they looked at Zhuowen and Huang Can with mocking eyes. "Chen Gang. Do you need me to open a private room for you? Your brother had already notified me before he entered the 5th floor. Moreover, he had already paid the contribution points. You only need to take a key." The originally cold and indifferent elder Lu Li immediately revealed a smile when he saw Chen Gang. "My brother is so considerate. Thank you, Senior Lu Li." Chen Gang smiled politely as he received the jade key from Lu Li. However, he did not enter the private room at the depths of the 4th level. Instead, he looked at Zhuowen with a mocking gaze. He wanted to see how this arrogant Zhuowen would embarrass himself. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. It seemed that the green-robed old man's deliberately making things difficult for him was related to Chen Gang. The green-robed elder also understood Chen Gang's meaning. His indifferent gaze once again landed on Zhuowen's body as he said, "Why? Aren't you going to start the test? If you can't break this 4 yuan crystal block, you can immediately roll out of the 4th floor. You two really don't know what you're talking about. You don't have the ability, yet you insist on puffing yourself up at your own cost and coming to the 4th level to take the test. You really are like 2 clowns." The corners of Chen Gang's mouth curled up into a sneer. Noa Xiang, who was beside Chen Gang, stared coldly at Huang Can and said, "Huang Can. Do you really think that you haven't lost enough face? You actually followed me to the 4th floor. Let me tell you clearly, my man is Chen Gang. Is it fun for you to pester me like this?" Noa Xiang's words caused Huang Can's pupils to shrink. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. He did not follow Noa Xiang here, but purely to accompany Zhuowen to take the test. Now in Noa Xiang's eyes, he was pestering her. Pestering her? Did I say that I came to the 4th floor because of you? Please don't be so self-righteous, okay? Since we are no longer related, what does it have to do with you where I go? Huang Can replied coldly. Noa Xiang's pretty face froze. She did not expect that Huang Can, who was originally very good-tempered, would actually dare to speak to her like this. However, she could not refute. She really had no relationship with Huang Can now. You really don't mean what you say. Anyway, I don't want to see you, but you just have to walk in front of me. Don't you feel annoyed? Noa Xiang snorted coldly. I just came here to accompany my friend to take the test. It has nothing to do with you. Since you feel annoyed, you don't have to pay attention to me at all. Huang Can replied coldly. He had thoroughly seen the nature of Noa Xiang, so his previous good impression of her had already disappeared at this moment. Now, there was even a trace of disgust. Looking at Huang Can's indifferent attitude, Noa Xiang sneered again and again. She was sure that Huang Can was trying to cover up. Your friend. This trash actually dares to take the test to become a 4th-grade arcanist. He is really asking for humiliation. Noa Xiang's beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen, who was not far away. The corner of her mouth had already revealed a very thick sneer. Gotcha. Suddenly, a crisp breaking sound resounded in the entire hall of the 4th floor. Immediately, Zhuowen's right hand slowly opened. The crystal block that was originally held in his hand was now broken into black powder. Just now, when Huang Can, Chen Gang and Noa Xiang were talking, Zhuowen had already silently mobilized the mental strength in his body to destroy the structure of the crystal block. This crystal block was extremely tough on the outside, but the inner part was quite fragile. However, if you want to enter the crystal block, your mental strength must be at least at the advanced level of the 4th grade. So before, there were people in the hall who said that the 4th grade mental strength test was extremely harsh. After all, generally, the mental strength of the arcanists who took the 4th grade arcanist test was basically at the advanced level of the 3rd grade and the initial level of the 4th grade. As for the advanced level of the 4th grade, they had already become a green robe. How could they still be a yellow robe on the 3rd floor? The breaking sound, in the entire hall, was so sweet and crisp. Immediately, the rest of the people in the hall were stunned. Their eyes were all fixed on the black powder in Zhuowen's palm. This kid, unexpectedly, quietly crushed the crystal block, which meant that this kid's mental strength was at least at the advanced level of the 4th grade. Chen Gang and Noa Xiang's faces stiffened as they stared at the black powder in Zhuowen's palm. Even the green-robed old man's face stiffened as he stared at the black powder. The crystal block has been broken, so I passed the test, right? Zhuowen put the black powder in front of the counter and said calmly. The green-robed old man came back to his senses, and his pale eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He waved his right hand, and the black powder in front of the counter flew into his hand. He looked at it carefully, as if he was judging whether Zhuowen had really crushed the 4-yuan crystal. Senior Lu Li. I'm afraid this kid must have used some unknown method to cheat and broke the crystal block. Chen Gang was the first to react and suddenly said to the green-robed elder. After carefully looking at the black powder in his hand, the green-robed elder nodded and said with a dignified face, Chen Gang is right. There is indeed something wrong with the powder of the crystal block. What method did you use to break it? Senior Lu Li. Is it really okay for you to slander me like this? Brother Zhuo broke the crystal block in front of you. If he really cheated, didn't you discover it before? After he broke it, you said he cheated. Huang Can said with some indignation. The green-robed elder's face suddenly became cold. His right hand slammed on the surface of the table and said indifferently, How dare you talk to me like this? I'm obviously telling the truth. How dare you say that I'm slandering you? Isn't it? Brother Zhuo passed the test in front of you. If he really cheated, you should have mentioned it before. Now that the 4-yuan crystal block is broken, you say that he cheated. You don't even give a reason. Isn't that just slandering others? Huang Can said indignantly. I think you're courting death. The green-robed elder was a little angry. He waved his sleeve and suddenly, a terrifying mental strength came crushing down, turning into a huge mental strength palm and grabbed at Huang Can. Boom. However, just as the psychic energy palm was about to touch Huang Can, another psychic energy barrier suddenly rose up and blocked the psychic energy palm. You dare to fight in the arcane tower? The green-robed elder's eyes turned and stared at Zhuowen as he said coldly. Zhuowen laughed and said, you were the one who attacked first, weren't you? Now you're accusing me of fighting in the arcane tower. Don't you think it's funny? Who am I? Who are you people? One of you cheated wantonly, and the other offended his superiors. It's natural for me to teach you a lesson. You rashly resisted and violated the rules of the arcane tower, the green-robed elder said coldly. You mean to say that we have to stand here and let you beat us? Zhuowen raised his eyebrows, and his voice gradually turned cold. Of course. The green-robed elder said matter-of-factly. What a laughable statement. Zhuowen smiled coldly. A wave of mental strength gradually spread out from his Naiwan palace and circled around his body, forming a faintly discernible and invisible force. Senior Hedgerow. Not only did this person cheat, but he also tried to resist. This kind of insolent little bastard who doesn't know the rules should be taken down immediately. If it's not convenient for Senior to do it, let me do it, Chen Gang, who had been standing to the side, volunteered. You're right. It's time to teach these arrogant fellows a lesson and teach them a lesson. However, the arcane tower cannot kill, so don't be too harsh. Just cripple these two. The green-robed elder nodded lightly. I know the rules. Senior Hedgerow, don't worry. Chen Gang cracked a smile and slowly walked towards Zhuowen, his eyes full of mockery. The other arcanists in the hall only stood to the side, not intending to participate in this matter. They could only sigh inwardly at Zhuowen's bad luck. Chen Gang's status in the arcane tower was extraordinary. This was because Chen Gang's elder brother, Chen Xian, was a genius on the 5th floor of the arcane tower. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the 4th floor tester, Hetero. Thus, anyone who offended Chen Gang would often find it difficult to move an inch in the arcane tower. If you had kowtowed to me and admitted your mistakes just now, there wouldn't be so much trouble right now. Unfortunately, it was you who didn't know when to back down. Thus, I will teach you a rather memorable lesson so that you know how to behave in the future. Chapter 1072. Grandmaster Lan Miaozhuo Wen's face sank when he sensed the extremely terrifying spiritual energy. He gently stretched out his right hand and instantly formed a seemingly material spiritual barrier in front of him. Boom! Chen Gang's mental energy arrived in an instant and slammed heavily on the mental energy barrier. The mental energy barrier trembled violently, but it was only trembling and could not be broken. Is that all you've got? Zhuowen raised his head and smiled mockingly, causing Chen Gang's face to darken. Mysterious fire formation. Chen Gang shook his sleeve and 16 flaming crystals shot out from his sleeve. They followed a strange trajectory and formed a strange fire formation in front of him. Is that the mysterious fire formation, a rank 4 origin formation? Huang Can's face changed when he saw the fire formation formed by 16 flaming crystals. He did not expect Chen Gang to use only a rank 4 origin formation. Chen Gang actually used the mysterious fire formation. It seems that he really wants to teach this kid a lesson. Many of the surrounding arcana masters clicked their tongues in wonder. This mystic fire formation was quite powerful, and it was said that it was the work of Chen Gang's older brother, Chen Xian. A grade 4 origin formation refined by a grade 5 arcana master was much more powerful than a grade 4 origin formation refined by a grade 4 arcana master. Therefore, when Chen Gang used the mysterious fire formation, the other arcanists in the living room all showed fear. It seems that you are also a rank 4 arcanist. Your mental energy is so powerful. However, this mysterious fire formation was refined by my elder brother, Chen Xian. It is far more powerful than an ordinary rank 4 origin formation. No matter how powerful your mental energy is, you will not be able to resist this mysterious fire formation. Chen Gang's eyes were full of confidence. He had tested the power of the mysterious fire formation time and time again. Even an arcanist at the great perfection of grade 4 had been put into a difficult situation by the mysterious fire formation. Although Zhuo Wen looked good, he did not think that the former had the ability to resist the mysterious fire formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! 16 blazing crystal stones instantly flew out, wrapping around Zhuo Wen. 16 terrifying flames gushed out like 16 fire pythons, wrapping Zhuo Wen's entire body in an attempt to incinerate him. Zhuo Wen's gaze was extremely calm. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. This aura transformed into a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and an azure hell around him. This was the slaughter momentum that Zhuo Wen had just comprehended. Clang! Zhuo Wen flicked his finger, and the 7-kill saber appeared in his hand. He then raised the black saber above his head and slashed down. Suddenly, the killing aura that shrouded his body was drawn by the 7-kill saber, forming a terrifying saber aura. Boom! The 16 flames from the mysterious fire array were immediately extinguished. Then, Zhuo Wen stepped forward and slashed out with the 7-kill saber in his right hand. The saber's shadow wreaked havoc, and the 16 flame crystals around him were directly shattered. This guy is a cultivator. How can his strength be so strong? When Zhuo Wen released the slaughter momentum, took out the 7-kill saber, and broke the mysterious fire array with 2 slashes, the entire hall quieted down. In fact, when Zhuo Wen revealed his grade 4 spirit power, it had already surprised many people. After all, Zhuo Wen was not very old, only around 20 years old. To be able to reach grade 4 spirit power at such an age, his talent was definitely good. In the future, it would not be difficult for him to reach grade 5 spirit power. When everyone's impression of Zhuo Wen was that he was only a grade 4 arcana master, and when he revealed his terrifying martial strength, it truly shocked everyone. Moreover, they also faintly felt that Zhuo Wen's martial strength seemed to be much stronger and more terrifying than his spirit power. It wasn't that there weren't any cultivators who cultivated martial arts and spirit power in the Divine Academy, but their cultivation wasn't high. After all, they had to cultivate both martial arts and spirit power. It was very easy to be distracted. Often, they couldn't even take care of themselves, so the progress of both would be dragged down. However, the youth in front of them was a bit of a freak. The height of his spirit power was already much stronger than most of the arcana masters of the same age. His martial strength was even more terrifying than his spirit power. This was definitely a dual cultivation genius that they had never seen before. Dang! 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 Chen Gang groaned and retreated a few steps. His eyes were filled with horror. Zhuo Wen's martial strength was too terrifying. He actually broke his mysterious fire array with 2 slashes. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you attacked me first, then I will properly return the favor. Zhuo Wen's gaze was indifferent. His eyes flickered with a cold light as he stared at Chen Gang, causing the latter's heart to tremble. Even the mysterious fire array wasn't Zhuo Wen's opponent, let alone him. Whoosh! With a step, Zhuo Wen appeared in front of Chen Gang as if he had teleported. The slaughter momentum poured out like a terrifying bloody mountain, pressing down on Chen Gang's body. The latter's breathing became rapid and his heartbeat quickened. Kill! A slash descended. The slaughter momentum was like the 9th heaven's profound thunder, wanting to completely annihilate Chen Gang. How dare you act so presumptuously in the arcane tower? The green-robed old man behind the counter also saw this scene and roared. With a wave of his sleeve, his complete grade 4 spirit power gushed out and turned into a giant spirit hand. It blasted towards Zhuo Wen, wanting to block the terrifying blade momentum. A mere grade 4 complete grade dares to obstruct me. Zhuo Wen's gaze was cold. The blade momentum didn't change as it fiercely slashed down. Then, the green-robed old man's giant spirit hand was actually fragile and shattered. This guy, the green-robed old man's face turned ugly. His right hand changed and condensed another giant spirit hand. He lifted Chen Gang and left the range of the blade momentum. Rumble. The blade momentum landed and blasted at the place where Qin Gang was just now. It actually smashed a deep pit that was almost 10 feet deep. You want to kill Qin Gang? The green-robed old man shouted angrily as he pulled Qin Gang, who was already in a daze and panic, to his side with his right hand. I'm just returning the favor. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked just now. Why should I show mercy to him? Zhuowen said calmly. You're really disgraceful. You dare to violate the rules of the arcane tower in front of me. Do you have no respect for Master Mu Feng at all? The green-robed old man was so angry that he trembled. His gaze became extremely gloomy. This young man in front of him was getting more and more presumptuous. As one of the people in charge of the fourth floor, he didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Wei. What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion on the fourth floor? Suddenly, an old man in a blue robe walked out from the inner room behind the counter on the fourth floor. He frowned slightly and his eyes were filled with displeasure. Obviously, he had heard the commotion caused by the battle between Zhuowen and Qin Gang. This kid is disgraceful. He openly violated the rules of the arcane tower and even intended to kill someone. He's truly audacious to the extreme. Master Lan Miao, this kid should be captured. Otherwise, it won't be enough to convince everyone. The green-robed old man revealed a respectful expression when he saw the blue-robed old man that suddenly appeared. He bowed and cupped his hands before pointing at Zhuowen and speaking with a fearful expression. Greetings, Master Lan Miao. The other arcanists in the hall bowed extremely respectfully when they saw the blue-robed old man, and their faces were filled with reverence. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the blue-robed old man as well. The blue-robed old man looked extremely ordinary and didn't have a trace of fierceness on his body. His aura was simple and unadorned, and he seemed like an ordinary little old man. Master Lan Miao's gaze followed the green-robed old man's finger and landed on Zhuowen. The originally indifferent expression in his eyes was instantly replaced by a strand of bright light, and it was as if he discovered a rare treasure. What a deep gaze! Zhuowen also noticed Master Lan Miao's gaze, and his pupils shrank slightly. As soon as he came into contact with this pair of eyes, he felt a burst of dizziness, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. This blue-robed old man named Lan Miao was definitely not simple. He gave Zhuowen a very strong sense of crisis. In addition, the green-robed old man and the others looked at Lan Miao with a respectful gaze. Obviously, Lan Miao should be one of the higher-ups of the arcane tower. Brother Zhua. Master Lan Miao is one of the 4 direct disciples of Master Mu Feng. He's a 6th grade Great Perfection Grandmaster and has a pivotal position in the arcane tower. Don't show any disrespect to him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Huang Can stood beside Zhuowen and explained in a low voice. So he's a 6th grade Great Perfection Grandmaster. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. Lan Miao's mental strength cultivation was similar to Elder Shiyuan's, but Zhuowen could keenly feel that Lan Miao's aura was much more terrifying than Elder Shiyuan's. Obviously, Lan Miao had probably touched the barrier of the arcane heavenly master realm. Lan Miao directly arrived in front of Zhuowen, his deep gaze directly sizing up Zhuowen, a trace of contemplation on his face. Master Lan Miao. You have to uphold justice for me. This boy almost killed me just now. If it weren't for Senior Lu Li, I would have died on the spot. Qin Gang also recovered from his shock, hurriedly walked to Master Lan Miao's side, and accused Zhuowen. Yes, yes. Master Lan Miao, you can't let him go. He has repeatedly violated the rules of the arcane tower. This is already a provocation to Master Mu Feng. For such an audacious person, we can't tolerate it. The green-robed old man also came out to accuse. Zhuowen frowned slightly, secretly on guard. He was also a little worried that Master Lan Miao would really attack him if he listened to Qin Gang and Lu Li's words. Master Lan Miao's strength was comparable to an emperor realm martial artist. He was not so easy to deal with. Master Lan Miao simply ignored the noisy Lu Li and Chen Gang beside him. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Little brother, are you willing to be my last disciple?" As soon as this remark came out, Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect that Lan Miao's first sentence in front of him was to accept him as his last disciple. Not only Zhuowen, but even Huang Can, who was beside Zhuowen, Lu Li, Chen Gang, Luo Xiang, and the other people on the fourth floor were all stunned at this moment. Many of them even subconsciously dug their ears, doubting that they had heard wrong. Chapter 1073. Accepting a disciple, Master Lan Miao. This boy is ruthless, arrogant, and has no regard for the law. He must not be accepted as a disciple. Otherwise, he will inevitably become the scum of the arcane tower in the future. Chen Gang reacted and couldn't help but scream. Grandmaster Lan Miao's brows knit together slightly. Chen Gang's shouting caused him to be extremely displeased, and he said indifferently, "Could it be that you're not arrogant, conceited, and have no regard for the law by shouting at me like this? Aren't you even rebelling against your superiors?" As soon as Master Lan Miao said this, Chen Gang was suddenly speechless and did not dare to speak. The green-robed old man also did not dare to speak. Chen Gang's words just now had already made Master Lan Miao extremely unhappy. He was unwilling to interfere and offend Master Lan Miao for Chen Gang. "Little brother, what is your name?" Master Lan Miao turned to Zhuowen and asked again. "Zhuowen." Zhuowen replied in a low voice. "Good. Zhuowen, now I will ask again, are you willing to be my last disciple?" Master Lan Miao said with a smile. Zhuowen fell into deep thought. Perhaps Master Lan Miao saw through his mental strength cultivation, so he suddenly put forward such a request to accept a disciple. After all, a mental strength of perfect grade 5 at the age of 20 was definitely a genius among geniuses. No senior would be willing to let go of such a genius disciple. Moreover, Zhuowen's previous knowledge of refining yuan arrays was all based on the yuan array knowledge he had exchanged. In fact, this kind of self-study had many disadvantages. When he encountered a problem that he did not know, Zhuowen had to spend a lot of time thinking. Refining a grade 4 yuan array was fine, but if the grade of the yuan array reached grade 5, Zhuowen's process of refining the yuan array would be full of loopholes. In fact, the best way to correct these mistakes was to have a good teacher. Zhuowen had actually intended to become Master Mu Feng's disciple when he joined the Arcana Tower. Unfortunately, Master Mu Feng was on the 7th floor of the Arcana Tower, and he was always elusive. So, becoming Master Mu Feng's disciple was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Master Lan Miao in front of him was one of Master Mu Feng's personal disciples. His mental strength cultivation was also extremely good. In fact, it was not a bad idea to become Master Lan Miao's disciple. After all, with a good teacher to teach him, his level of refining yuan arrays would definitely improve quickly. Have you thought it over? Master Lan Miao was not in a hurry. He also saw the look in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that the young man in front of him was thinking about the pros and cons. The reason he proposed to take Zhuowen in as a disciple was mainly because of Zhuowen's age and the powerful mental energy hidden in his body. If he guessed correctly, Zhuowen's mental energy might have reached grade 5 or above. To be able to reach the 5th rank at the age of 20, this kind of talent was probably on par with that monster from the Arcane Tower. Zhuowen nodded and said, "I'm glad that Senior doesn't dislike me. I'm willing to become Senior's disciple." After thinking for a long time, Zhuowen finally agreed to become Lan Miao's last disciple. Lan Miao's status in the Arcane Tower was extremely high. His mental strength was also very frightening. There were absolutely no disadvantages to becoming his last disciple. Although Lan Miao's eyes were deep, his body revealed a trace of awe-inspiring righteousness. Obviously, he was not a despicable villain. Lan Miao accepted Zhuowen as his disciple purely out of love for talent. Huh, not bad. Now you have to call me master. Lan Miao nodded. His eyes contained a strong sense of satisfaction. Master. This is my friend. His name is Huang Can. Can you accept him as well? Zhuowen suddenly pointed to Huang Can beside him and said to Lan Miao. Huang Can obviously did not expect that Zhuowen actually intended to recommend him to Lan Miao. His mind was in a mess. He waved his hand and said, Brother Zhuo. My talent is not good enough, Master Lan Miao. Lan Miao glanced at Huang Can indifferently and said, since it's your idea, accepting him is fine. However, he's only an in-name disciple for now. If you can successfully advance to a 4th grade Arcana Master, I will promote him to an official disciple. Really? Huang Can was stunned. He immediately clenched his fists in excitement. He did not expect Lan Miao to really accept him. Although he was only an in-name disciple, what kind of existence was Lan Miao? Even if he was only an in-name disciple, he was an existence that no one in the Arcane Tower dared to provoke. Moreover, although Huang Can was only an in-name disciple now, once he advanced to a 4th grade Arcana Master in the future, he would be promoted to an official disciple. At that time, his status would be even higher. Who would dare to offend an official disciple of Lan Miao? Chen Gang, Lu Li, and Luo Xiang were stunned. When did Master Lan Miao become so easy to talk to? This Zhuowen asked him to accept Huang Can, and he really did not hesitate to accept him. This Master Lan Miao valued Zhuowen too much, right? Among them, Luo Xiang's beautiful eyes were the most complicated. In the past, Huang Can pursued her, and the two of them also had a relationship. However, because of her own vanity, Luo Xiang resolutely left Huang Can's side and threw herself into Chen Gang's arms. Not only because Chen Gang had a 5th grade Arcana Master as his elder brother, but Chen Gang's mental strength cultivation was also higher than Huang Can's. Leading her to the 4th floor would help her quickly improve her mental strength cultivation. But now, Huang Can was actually directly accepted as an in-name disciple by Master Lan Miao, and he would be promoted to an official disciple in the future. Master Lan Miao was a 6th grade Grand Master. To be able to become the disciple of such a Grand Master, his future achievements would definitely not be weak, and no one in the Arcane Tower would dare to provoke him. It could be said that the current Huang Can was like a salted fish turning over a new leaf. His status was much higher than Chen Gang's. If Huang Can advanced to a 4th grade Arcana Master and became an official disciple of Master Lan Miao, perhaps Chen Gang's elder brother, Chen Xian, would not necessarily have a higher status than Huang Can. Now, Luo Xiang's heart was faintly regretting. She wanted to stop Huang Can, but she was afraid of Chen Gang. In the end, she just stood there, somewhat at a loss. From beginning to end, Huang Can didn't even look at Luo Xiang, causing the latter to faintly feel pain in her heart. You two come with me to the inner room first. Master Lan Miao said to Zhuowen and Huang Can, and the two followed Master Lan Miao into the inner room under the envious gazes of many people in the living room. In the slightly dark inner room, Grandmaster Lan Miao stopped in front of Zhuowen and Huang Can. His eyes were bright as he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Release all the spiritual power in your Muwan Palace and let me see." Zhuowen nodded and did not refuse. His right hand touched his glabella, and suddenly, a terrifying mental strength began to spread throughout the inner room like a monstrous tsunami. Under the influence of this terrifying mental strength, the huge inner room faintly trembled. What a terrifying mental strength! Brother Zhuo's mental strength is actually above the 4th grade. Could it be the 5th grade? Feeling the mental strength gushing out of Zhuowen's body, Huang Can's legs trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. His eyes were finally filled with horror. Master Lan Miao's eyes also narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Your mental strength has reached the 5th grade grand perfection. It seems that I still underestimated you before." 5th grade grand perfection. Huang Can's heart trembled, and his hands unconsciously trembled. This must be a joke. Zhuowen was younger than him by 3 years, but his mental strength was already 2 realms higher than his. Was this still a height that a human could reach? He finally knew why Master Lan Miao valued Zhuowen so much. If he was Master Lan Miao, he would definitely accept such a monstrous genius without hesitation. Ha! It seems that my luck is pretty good to actually be able to accept a genius like you. If the other 3 old fellows were to know about this, I'm afraid their jaws would drop. Grandmaster Lan Miao laughed heartily as he looked at Zhuowen with increasing satisfaction. At the age of 20, mental strength had reached the 5th grade grand perfection. This was definitely an unimaginable achievement. If such an unpolished jade was carved well, his future would be limitless. Good, good, good. Zhuowen, you're very good. Master Lan Miao said a few good words, and immediately calmed down, and said, looking at your mental strength, I'm afraid it won't take long for you to break through to the 6th grade, right? Zhuowen smiled bitterly and said, Teacher. How can it be so easy to break through to the 6th grade? Although I stayed at the 5th grade grand perfection for a while, I haven't touched the barrier of the 6th grade yet. Don't worry. You will break through to the 6th grade soon. Master Lan Miao revealed a confident smile. Then, with a shake of his sleeve, a simple jade token fell into Zhuowen's hand. He chuckled and said, 3 days later, bring this jade token and come to the 5th floor to find me. I'll leave first. Remember to come to the 5th floor of the arcane tower to find me in 3 days. After saying this, Master Lan Miao floated away, leaving only Zhuowen and Huang Can in the inner room looking at each other. They didn't understand what Master Lan Miao meant by this. It seems that we can only go and see the situation in 3 days. Zhuowen shook his head and whispered. Brother Zhuo. This time, I can become Master Lan Miao's registered disciple all because of you. I don't know what to say to thank you. Huang Can cupped his hands to Zhuowen and said sincerely. You don't have to. You've helped me a lot before, and you even personally introduced me to the details of this arcane tower. Since you treat me as a friend, I, Zhuowen, will naturally treat you as a friend as well. Zhuowen chuckled. Hearing this, Huang Can's eyes were full of vigor. He cupped his hands and said cautiously, Brother Zhuo. This Huang will never forget today's kindness. We should also go. Zhuowen nodded. Immediately, the 2 left the inner room side by side and reappeared in the 4th floor's living room. At this moment, there were still many arcanists standing in the living room. These were all onlookers. Chen Gang, Lu Li, and Luo Xiang didn't leave. The appearance of Zhuowen and Huang Can immediately attracted everyone's attention. Brother Zhuowen, Brother Huang Can, congratulations on becoming Master Lan Miao's disciple. There is hope for a meteoric rise in the future. As soon as the 2 came out, Lu Li hurried forward with a flattering smile on her face. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent, and he spat out a word indifferently, scram. The green-robed old man's cupped hand stiffened, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. His eyes were gloomy and uncertain as he retreated dejectedly. He didn't dare to talk to Zhuowen and Huang Can again. Now that Zhuowen and Huang Can's status was different from before, he didn't dare to offend them like before. Chapter 1074. Surprise. After walking out of the arcane tower, Zhuowen bid farewell to Huang Can in the plaza and left first, walking towards the residence of the new students. After half a year of bitter training, Zhuowen missed the quiet bamboo forest where the new students resided. I wonder how Jia Nan, Gatha, Ling Tian and Xian Xing have been doing in the past half a year. I wonder what level their cultivations have reached. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth raised slightly. His footsteps quickened as he walked back to the new student's residence. However, when he walked into the quiet bamboo forest where the new students resided, he immediately saw many of the new students with dejected gazes and swollen faces, as if they had been beaten up. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as a trace of an ominous feeling rose in his heart. This was because the majority of the new students he met along the way had swollen faces and numb gazes. What surprised him even more was that the cultivations of most of these new students had actually stagnated and did not increase at all. It was as if these new students had not cultivated at all in the past half a year, and some of their cultivations had even regressed due to some internal injuries. What happened in the new student's residence? Zhuowen pulled a new student who had lowered his head and a face full of dejection beside him and asked with a frown. The new student raised his head slightly, his gaze filled with numbness. However, when he saw Zhuowen's face, the numbness in his eyes immediately faded away and a trace of a strange expression was revealed. Moreover, this strange expression also contained a trace of anger and hatred. Zhuowen naturally saw the emotions in the new student's eyes with a glance. What made him feel strange was why the new student's gaze would be filled with hatred when he saw him. Zhuowen did not know him at all before this. Zhuowen. You've hidden for half a year and finally appeared. It's you who caused us to be like this. It's all your fault. Suddenly, the new student grabbed Zhuowen's right hand and shouted with an agitated expression. His voice was very loud, and the entire bamboo forest could hear him clearly. As for the other new students in the bamboo forest, all of them raised their heads and actually gathered towards Zhuowen like cats that had smelled the fragrance of fish. As expected, it's Zhuowen. You coward has finally appeared. Good for you, hiding for half a year and causing us to suffer. Yes. It's all because of you. We new students have been bullied for half a year. You are the shame of us new students. Let's capture this sinner and hand him over to the Emperor Pavilion. Perhaps then we will be free and not be bullied again. Numerous passionate voices rang out. More and more new students gathered in the surroundings, and all of them were glaring at Zhuowen with anger in their eyes. It was as though they had an undying grudge with Zhuowen. In fact, there were even some new students who directly attacked Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze grew colder and colder. A towering killing intent gushed forth as he directly unleashed his killing intent. This killing intent grew more and more terrifying, and it was as though numerous terrifying gigantic mountains were descending from the heavens. The new students, who were originally in high spirits and had even wanted to take action, all revealed expressions of fear under the influence of this killing momentum. Their bodies stiffened and they were unable to move. This killing momentum was too terrifying. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts at all times. It ruthlessly squeezed their hearts, causing them to not dare to act rashly. Put on. Put on. The killing intent grew increasingly terrifying. Finally, there were some new students who could no longer endure it. They directly knelt on the ground as their eyes were filled with terror and agony. As for the other new students, it was as though there was a domino effect. All of them knelt on the ground as their bodies trembled. It was extremely difficult for them to even move. At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze was cold and emotionless. A line of blood appeared in his eyes, containing a dense bloodlust. Everywhere his gaze passed by, those new students who knelt on the ground would all lower their heads while trembling, not daring to match his gaze. Only now did these new students realize what sort of existence Zhuowen was. He was the #1 new student back then. The moment he entered the outer academy, he already dared to snatch the position of a senior. They basically couldn't afford to offend him. Now, I'm asking you a question. If you don't answer, you should know the consequences. Zhuowen arrived in front of the new student from before and looked down at him from above. His voice was filled with extremely cold killing intent. That new student propped his hands on the ground and knelt before Zhuowen. His forehead was filled with sweat, and he didn't dare to move. Tell me, what exactly happened in the dormitory of the new students? Zhuowen continued asking. That new student inclined his head and stared at Zhuowen, who had a cold gaze. His entire body trembled violently and he didn't hide anything as he narrated everything that happened in the dormitory of the new students. As for Zhuowen, the more he listened, the gloomier his expression became. So it turned out that the cause of this matter was because of the third pavilion lord of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. Back then at the public square outside the cultivation pagoda, Zhuowen had defeated Lu Xiang in front of everyone. Not only that, he had even snatched away Du Tao's contribution points. In the eyes of the Emperor Pavilion, this was an extremely arrogant provocation. Back then, because of Cheng Dong's appearance and the influence of the fragrant ink pavilion, Lu Qing didn't deal with Zhuowen. However, this didn't mean that the Emperor Pavilion would let Zhuowen off because of this. After that, the Emperor Pavilion wanted to get back at them. Soon after, Lu Qing planned to bring people to the new students' dormitory to find trouble with Zhuowen. However, at that time, Zhuowen had already left to complete a mission. Hence, Lu Qing and the rest didn't meet with Zhuowen. At that time, the Emperor Pavilion didn't do anything out of line to the new students. After that, because of the matter with Jianan and the rest, Zhuowen didn't stay in the new students' dormitory for long. He once again headed to West Path City. Even after returning from West Path City, Zhuowen didn't return to the new students' dormitory. Instead, he directly went into seclusion in the cultivation pagoda for half a year. It could be said that during this half a year, Zhuowen wasn't in the new students' dormitory for a single day. As for Zhuowen's whereabouts, the Emperor Pavilion, who originally planned to wait for him at the new students' dormitory, finally lost their patience. Half a year ago, the Emperor Pavilion sent many people to the new students' dormitory to snatch the contribution points from the new students. Some of the more stubborn new students even had to pay the price of being beaten black and blue. Basically, all the new students in the new students' dormitory had been snatched by the Emperor Pavilion. In fact, when those people from the Emperor Pavilion were snatching the contribution points from the new students, they unceasingly clamored. The reason why they had so many contribution points was all because of Zhuowen's cowardice. For an entire half a year, the new students could be said to have suffered unspeakably. The contribution points that they painstakingly earned were all snatched away the moment they returned to the dormitory. Although there were some new students who were clever and purposely didn't return to the dormitory, it was a pity that the Emperor Pavilion's information network was extremely powerful. Those new students who were snatched away were basically recorded by the Emperor Pavilion. They weren't even allowed to hide. It could be said that the reason why the Emperor Pavilion tortured these new students was ultimately because of Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was the #1 new student in this batch. In a certain sense, he was the representative of the new students. Since they couldn't find Zhuowen, the Emperor Pavilion vented their anger on the new students. It was also because of this reason that the new students cursed Zhuowen everywhere. The majority of the new students hated Zhuowen. If it wasn't for Zhuowen, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state for the past half a year. You all hate me? After hearing the narration of this new student, Zhuowen glanced at his surroundings and suddenly laughed as he asked. However, no one replied. After not seeing him for half a year, this Zhuowen's strength seemed to have grown by a lot. Just the aura he emitted was enough to cause them to be unable to breathe. I know you all hate me. But is there any use in hating me? Was it me, Zhuowen, who snatched your contribution points? No. Was it me who tortured you all into this state? No. Everything you did was because of the Emperor Pavilion's actions. What's laughable is that you all actually hate me because of this. What a cowardly mindset and resolution. Hence, you all are destined to be weaklings. You all have no resolution, yet you still want to vainly attempt to become experts. You all are filled with self-pity and even pushed all the blame onto someone else, using this as an excuse to escape back then. Don't you all find it laughable? After saying these words, the murderous aura on Zhuowen's body slowly withdrew. Soon after, he slowly walked past those kneeling on the ground and headed towards the depths of the bamboo forest. If among these new students, there was one who directed their hatred towards the Emperor Pavilion and used this hatred to motivate themselves, unceasingly strengthening themselves, Zhuowen might have acted to help them. However, none of these new students did so. Not a single one of them did so. When they encountered difficulties, their first thought was to escape or to find an excuse. For example, they weren't willing to face the Emperor Pavilion, hence, they pushed all the blame onto Zhuowen. This was a type of escape and an excuse. The new students who were kneeling in the bamboo forest stood up one after another. Their gazes focused on Zhuowen's back as he left. Their faces revealed a guilty and pensive expression. Zhuowen's words from earlier seemed to have enlightened them, dispelling the hatred in their hearts. Zhuowen's words were very correct. The one they hated shouldn't be Zhuowen, but should be the Emperor Pavilion instead. Because from their personal standpoint, what Zhuowen did wasn't wrong. The Emperor Pavilion oppressed him, he naturally had to retaliate. Could it be that they wanted Zhuowen to resign himself to death? Also, the Emperor Pavilion kept saying that it was because of Zhuowen that the Emperor Pavilion snatched them away. In fact, this reason wasn't valid at all. The Emperor Pavilion was merely using Zhuowen as an excuse to blatantly snatch the new students away. Even if there wasn't Zhuowen, the Emperor Pavilion would still use other excuses to snatch the new students away. Such an ending wouldn't change. Zhuowen, Jia Nan, Gatha, Xian Xing, and Mo Lingtian have already returned to the dorms of the new students. Coincidentally, the Emperor Pavilion is also here today. All of a sudden, the new student who was questioned shouted at Zhuowen's back. Many thanks for the reminder. Zhuowen's figure turned sluggish as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He nodded, and after saying a sentence, his figure increased in speed as he rushed towards the dorms in the depths of the bamboo forest. At this moment, in the empty space in front of the dorms of the new students, a large group of people had gathered. Within this large group of people, two groups of people were eyeing each other covetously. One side had a lot of people, about 20+ people, while the other side had very few people, only 4. In terms of numbers, they were completely unequal. Yo! I thought it was that coward Zhuowen who had returned. I didn't expect that the 4 dogs of that fellow would return. Seems like our luck isn't bad. Chapter 1075. Arrived. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this black-robed sexy lady was Lu Xiang, who he had defeated back then. At this moment, Lu Xiang's sparkling autumn eyes were filled with mockery. 4 figures stood in front of her, and all 4 of them were furiously staring at Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang! What do you mean by calling yourself the Emperor Pavilion? Mo Lingtian frowned slightly and coldly said. Jia Nan, Gatha and Xian Xing glared furiously at Lu Xiang. The 4 of them had just come out from their seclusion and returned to the new student dormitory when they were surrounded by the members of the Emperor Pavilion led by Lu Xiang. What do we mean? Zhuowen has been hiding in our Emperor Pavilion for half a year and has yet to appear. Tell us where that coward is. Also, you 4 dogs of Zhuowen. Back then, Zhuowen caused our Emperor Pavilion to lose all face. We still have to settle this debt. Since that coward isn't going to appear, let's collect some interest from you 4 dogs. Lu Xiang's pretty eyes coldly stared at Mo Lingtian's group. Her eyes were filled with mockery. You better watch your mouth. What's the difference between you and a shrew now? Jia Nan's face was flushed red as he angrily said. What did you just say? You actually dare to call me a shrew? Lu Xiang's pretty face immediately darkened. She stomped her foot and instantly arrived in front of Jia Nan like a bolt of black lightning. Her jade-like right palm struck out and ruthlessly imprinted itself on Jia Nan's face. Jia Nan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Lu Xiang would actually directly attack him. He was caught off guard and could only raise his hand to block. Unfortunately, Lu Xiang's palm was too quick. It actually swept past Jia Nan's raised right hand and heavily slapped Jia Nan's right cheek. Slap. A clear slap sound appeared. Jia Nan's right cheek swelled up and he was directly knocked to the ground by the huge force of this slap. Stomp. The instant Jia Nan fell to the ground, Lu Xiang lifted her right leg and ruthlessly stomped on Jia Nan's chest. This caused Jia Nan to groan and a trace of blood flowed out from his mouth. Canaan. Lu Xiang's movements were too fast. By the time Mo Lingtian and the other two reacted, Canaan was already under Lu Xiang's foot. In this half a year, although the four of them often went into seclusion and their strength had increased, Lu Xiang was still an early Empyrean martial artist. The gap between their realms could not be bridged. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Mo Lingtian and the other two were about to move and rescue Jia Nan, who was being stepped on by Lu Xiang, 3 figures from the 20 Emperor Pavilion members behind Lu Xiang rushed out and blocked Mo Lingtian and the other two. Scram! Mo Lingtian shouted angrily. His cultivation had improved a lot in the past 6 months. He had reached the late stage of the Golden Exalt realm. At this moment, the aura on his body was much stronger than before. However, his opponents were not weak either. Their realms were even higher than his. They were at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. Even though Mo Lingtian used his strongest attack, he was still unable to break through their defense. Gatha and Xian Xing's opponents were not weak either. They were all above the Golden Exalt realm. They were firmly entangled with the two of them and did not give them any chance to get close to Jia Nan and Lu Xiang. Is this the strength of that coward Zhuowen's 4 dogs? With such weak strength, it's no wonder that the 4 of you can only become Zhuowen's lackeys. Lu Xiang laughed unscrupulously. I won't allow you to slander our relationship with Big Brother Zhuo. Jia Nan roared. A ray of light surged out from between his eyebrows. Then, the injuries on his body instantly healed. At the same time, a huge force came and pushed Lu Xiang's right leg away. Jia Nan took advantage of the momentum and rolled, dodging Lu Xiang's next attack. What a strange armor soul. Lu Xiang's body swayed slightly before she easily stabilized herself. Her beautiful eyes stared at Jia Nan in astonishment. At this moment, Jia Nan's entire body was covered by a lustrous green light. The green light contained boundless vitality and surging power. It was as if Jia Nan, who was covered by the green light, was filled with vitality like a towering tree. The green light was formless and shapeless. It was just a lustrous ball of light without any shape. This was the manifestation of Jia Nan's undying armor soul. The undying armor soul did not have a shape to begin with. However, it contained an extremely dense vitality. This boundless vitality could allow a cultivator to instantly recover from their injuries. Under certain conditions, they could also explode with terrifying power. After half a year of closed-door cultivation, Jia Nan's cultivation had already stepped into the initial stage of the Golden Exalt realm. He had also become more familiar with the usage of the armor soul on his body. As he understood the armor soul on his body, Jia Nan increasingly discovered how extraordinary it was. As long as he did not injure any vital parts, the injuries in his body could be healed in an extremely short period of time. Furthermore, it would sometimes be accompanied by the emotions in his body, granting him additional strength. Furthermore, Jia Nan believed that if his cultivation continued to increase, the mysterious armor soul on his body would also become stronger and more obvious. Bang! A muffled groan rang out. The initial stage Golden Exalt Realm cultivator who had blocked Gatha's path was sent flying by the Heaven's Wrath armor soul's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily onto the ground. This little girl's armor soul is also extraordinary. She's clearly only at the advanced stage of the Golden Exalt realm. How could she defeat an initial stage Golden Exalt realm cultivator so easily? Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise when she saw the mysterious human-shaped armor soul standing in front of Gatha. This Gatha's strength was actually much more mysterious and powerful than Jianan's. Du Tao. Attack. Capture this little girl for me. There's no need to hold back. The armor soul on her body is extraordinary. Lu Xiang said to the crowd behind her before she continued to fly towards Jianan. Earlier on, Jianan, a mere golden exalt realm cultivator, had slipped away from her hands. This made Lu Xiang feel extremely embarrassed. She would definitely get back at him for this. In the crowd, the corners of Du Tao's mouth curled into a sinister smile. His gaze was fixed on Gatha as he coldly said, like dog, like person. It's fine that Zhuowen is arrogant, but the four of you are also so arrogant. How dare you defy us and claim that we are working for the Emperor Pavilion? Boom! As he spoke, Du Tao's peak golden exalt realm aura surged out. With a stomp of his foot, he directly flew towards Gatha. At that moment, Gatha's beautiful eyes were filled with a solemn look. Although her Heaven's Wrath armor soul was extraordinary, Du Tao's cultivation was much higher than hers. She was only at the advanced stage of the Golden Exalt realm while Du Tao was at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. There was a huge gap between them and their strength. Boom! 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 Du Tao's attacks were extremely sharp. He used his full strength right from the start. The howling fist wind seemed to tear apart space as it swept out. Terrifying fist force unceremoniously smashed towards the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. The mysterious human figure that was hidden in the wind and snow clasped his hands together. The chains that bound his body suddenly surged out, forming a thick chain shield in front of him. Bang! 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 Du Tao's attacks also arrived as expected. Extremely tyrannical fist after fist smashed against the chain shield. The sound of metal clashing continuously rang out as terrifying power surged out. The Heaven's Wrath armor soul couldn't help but retreat. However, it didn't show any signs of being defeated. It was only in a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, Mo Lingtian and Xian Xing were fighting against their respective opponents. They were in a stalemate. The most miserable one was Jianan. His battle with Lu Xiang was completely one-sided. Every attack from Lu Xiang was able to injure Jianan and cause him to vomit blood. However, Jianan was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Every time he was knocked down, he would be able to crawl back up and continue his battle with Lu Xiang. Although he was being abused in this battle, Jianan was extremely stubborn. This brat is really annoying. Lu Xiang furrowed her brows. With a cold snort, she suddenly threw a palm forward. Her palm turned jade-colored. She had actually used the jade steel palm that she had used against Zhuowen. This palm seemed to have shuttled through the empty space as it instantly arrived in front of Jianan and heavily smashed onto his chest. After which, Jianan's waist bent as he was sent flying dozens of meters away like a cooked prawn. Bang! Let's see if you can still crawl back up after receiving my jade steel palm. Lu Xiang coldly said. Sure enough, Jianan was no longer crawling back up as lively as before. Instead, his chest was heaving up and down. His breathing was rough like an old cow pulling a cart. The green light on his body had already become a little dim. Clearly, after so many heavy blows, the undying armor soul on Jianan's body should have reached its limit. A trace of pride was revealed from the corners of Lu Xiang's mouth. She slowly walked in front of Jianan and looked down at him from above. She said, "Continue crawling back up." "Why aren't you crawling back up?" Jianan's eyes drooped. He felt that his head was very heavy at this moment. He wanted to crawl back up, but he felt that his entire body was powerless. He was unable to move at all. "Since you can't crawl back up, I will not be courteous and accept your contribution points." Lu Xiang chuckled. She extended her right hand with the intention of snatching the contribution points from Jia Nan's contribution counter. Chi! A black figure suddenly cut through the sky just as Lu Xiang was about to deprive Jia Nan of his contribution points. Immediately, it carried a sharp sound of tearing air as it suddenly shot between Lu Xiang and Jia Nan. Immediately, an intense explosion rose and dense dust spread in front of Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang frowned slightly and took a couple of steps back. She looked at the dust that spread in front of her and suddenly waved her hand. A frightening palm wind whizzed out and rushed past the dust that permeated the area in front of her, blowing away all the dust that had blocked her sight. When the dust had completely dispersed, a long black saber with complicated runes engraved on it appeared in Lu Xiang's line of sight. Lu Xiang's gaze paused on this long black blade for a moment. She raised her eyes slightly and saw a figure slowly descending from the sky. Her pretty eyes immediately became gloomy. Zhuowen. A coward like you finally dares to come out. The corner of Lu Xiang's mouth was lifted slightly. She revealed a cold smile as she spoke in an indifferent voice. Zhuowen slowly descended in front of the seven-killing blade. He ignored Lu Xiang's mocking words. Instead, he glanced at the pale-faced Jia Nan below him as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Big brother Zhuo. You are finally here. Jia Nan spat out these words with great difficulty. His breathing had become even more hurried. I am here. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 1076. Overwhelming strength. Lu Xiang narrowed her beautiful eyes. Zhuowen's disregard for her had caused traces of anger to surface in her heart. After stopping Jia Nan's injuries, Zhuowen turned his gaze towards Lu Xiang and asked in an indifferent voice, "Why isn't Lu Qin here?" Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Zhuowen's arrival naturally caused the surrounding atmosphere to become a lot more solemn. The eyes of Mo Lingtian, Gatha and Xian Xing, who were originally engaged in an intense battle, brightened as they rushed behind Zhuowen and coldly stared at Lu Xiang's group. Du Tao and the other two also retreated and stood behind Lu Xiang. Similarly, their gazes were filled with hostility. Pfft! You think too highly of yourself. My big brother is a monster on the heavenly sovereign list. Who do you think you are? You merely obtained the first place amongst the new students. Do you dare to arrogantly challenge my big brother? Do you have the qualifications? Lu Xiang sneered. Oh. As someone who was defeated by me back then, do you have the qualifications to challenge me? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth slightly curled as he said with a faint smile. Sure enough, Lu Xiang's pretty face stiffened when she heard his words. A trace of coldness gradually surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Last time, you were lucky enough to win by one move. Do you really think that I'm someone who was defeated by you? I think you'll regret your words in a while. Lu Xiang's jade-like foot stomped on the ground as an aura erupted from her body like a volcano. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a chilling aura. I see. Looks like your cultivation has improved over the past half a year. You're not far from the intermediate heavenly sovereign stage. Feeling the stronger aura within Lu Xiang's body, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Lu Xiang had not broken through to the intermediate heavenly sovereign stage, she was extremely close. When she fought with him back then, her aura had increased by a lot. It was no wonder that she was so confident when she faced Zhuowen again. Unfortunately, Lu Xiang was not the only one who had improved. Zhuowen was also improving, and the extent of his improvement was far beyond Lu Xiang's imagination. Hearing Zhuowen's somewhat surprised words, Lu Xiang gently lifted her chin. Her beautiful eyes carried a trace of pride. After all, Zhuowen was an expert who had defeated her. In her heart, he was considered a cultivator who she recognized. Lu Xiang was quite proud of herself for being able to make him reveal a surprised expression. Do you know the difference now? Since you know, I believe you are a smart person. Hand over your contribution points and follow us to the Emperor Pavilion to apologize, said Lu Xiang calmly. Apologize? I don't think you're qualified. Zhuo Wen slowly took a step forward, and a surging aura burst out. It was like a giant wave rolling on the surface of the sea, suppressing the surrounding air, causing everyone's hearts to stagnate, as if they were suffocating. Peak of the Golden Venerable Realm? How did you advance so quickly? Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes suddenly stiffened. She stared at the young man in front of her, her mouth slightly open as she exclaimed. Back then, Zhuowen had defeated her, who was at the initial Heavenly Venerable Realm, when he was at the initial Golden Venerable Realm. Now, she was still at the initial Heavenly Venerable Realm, but the latter was already at the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm. Needless to say, Zhuowen's fighting strength was definitely much more terrifying than half a year ago. Lu Xiang's heart began to tremble. She felt an extremely heavy pressure. This was caused by Zhuowen's aura. This pressure had far surpassed the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm. Even she did not dare to resist. Boom! When Zhuowen finally arrived in front of Lu Xiang, a strange murderous aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, with Zhuowen as the center, a terrifying scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood fell into 100 feet radius. Lu Xiang raised her head and saw an endless amount of blood. The pungent smell of blood continuously swept over, causing her delicate body to tremble. Her legs went soft and she almost knelt on the ground. As for the 20+ members of the Emperor Pavilion behind Lu Xiang, their condition was even worse than Lu Xiang's. Fear could be seen in their eyes and some of them even knelt on the ground, hugging their heads with their hands. Their faces were filled with pain. Slap! Zhuowen raised his right hand high and slowly brought it down. It landed heavily on Lu Xiang's right cheek. A clear slap resounded and spread across the entire open space. Lu Xiang held her right cheek. The burning pain that came from it instantly woke her up from the murderous aura. Her eyes froze for a moment before they regained their clarity. How dare you hit me? The expression in Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes changed several times. In the end, it was filled with anger. She could not help but shout at Zhuowen. I am returning this slap on behalf of Jia Nan. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with indifference. When he was checking on Jia Nan's injuries earlier, he had naturally seen the large bruise on Jia Nan's face. This bruise was clearly caused by someone slapping him. Other than Lu Xiang, no one else would do such a thing. Bastard! Even if your progress is fast, you are after all merely at the Golden Sovereign stage. I don't believe that you are a match for me. Lu Xiang was flustered and exasperated. Her jade-like foot pushed off the ground. Like a dancing butterfly, she instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. Her right hand formed a palm and transformed into a wisp of jade. It seemed to penetrate through the void and instantly reached Zhuowen's chest. It did not stop there. Zhuowen's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand. Immediately, the 7 murders blade hummed and countless blade shadows swept out. The surrounding murderous aura poured into the 7 murders blade, causing the sharpness of the blade to become increasingly terrifying. Blood light flashed and blocked in front of Zhuowen's chest. It coincidentally blocked Lu Xiang's jade-like palm that was rushing over. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The jade-like palm heavily smashed against the 7 murders blade. Lu Xiang's pupils shrunk as she discovered that waves of terrifying murderous aura were emitted from the 7 murders blade and attached to her right palm. Retreat! Lu Xiang cried out. Her jade-like foot pushed off the ground and she immediately flew backwards. Her speed soared to the extreme. However, the murderous aura of the 7 murders blade was like a maggot that stuck to Lu Xiang's bones. It was impossible to shake it off. What a strange power. After retreating dozens of steps, Lu Xiang finally completely dispersed the murderous aura attached to her hand. However, the terrifying power of the murderous aura caused her right hand to tremble violently. The web between her thumb and forefinger faintly showed signs of cracking. Slash! Zhuowen took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack. He did not give Lu Xiang any chance to catch her breath. In an instant, he was in front of Lu Xiang. The 7 murders blade in his right hand flicked upwards. Blade aura spread and swept out a wild wind. Lu Xiang's pretty face slightly changed. Her palms turned into a tough jade-like color. At the same time, a jade-like ray of light shot out from between her eyebrows and shot into her palms. Instantly, a jade-like palm shadow was formed on her palms. Evidently, this jade-colored palm silhouette should be Lu Xiang's armor soul. However, what caused many people in the Emperor Pavilion to be shocked was that Zhuo Wen's second attack actually managed to force Lu Xiang's armor soul out. This was a completely one-sided suppression. Break! The blade aura flicked upwards and a sharp blade aura slashed out. The jade-like palm shadow was directly shattered. At the same time, Zhuo Wen's empty left hand formed a palm and was ready to attack. It was like a venomous snake that was secretly hunting in the dark. In an instant it was imprinted on Lu Xiang's shoulder blade. Bang! A soft muffled sound rang out. Lu Xiang was repeatedly pushed back by the might of this palm. She spat out a trace of blood from her mouth and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. The people in the Emperor Pavilion looked at the 2 figures in the arena. One of them was miserably retreating while the other stood proudly like a mountain. At this moment, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. All of you attack together. This brat isn't simple. As Lu Xiang retreated, she suddenly roared at the 20+ members of the Emperor Pavilion behind her. Yes. The 20+ members of the Emperor Pavilion nodded their heads. Under the lead of Du Tao, they rushed towards Zhuowen one after another. At the same time, they surrounded Zhuowen in an extremely orderly manner. Looks like if I don't teach you guys a lesson, you won't be able to remember it. Zhuowen grinned. With a stomp of his foot, he bent his waist and shot out like a cannonball. The 7 slaughter blade in his hand was wrapped in a terrifying killing aura, completely suppressing the surrounding space. Feeling the sudden increase in pressure, the expressions of the 20+ members of the Emperor Pavilion changed. Terrifying yuan energy gushed out from their bodies in an attempt to counteract this terrifying pressure. Bang bang bang. Continuous collision sounds rang out. Zhuowen swung the 7 slaughter blade in his right hand. The blunt back of the blade heavily slammed into the abdomen of 3 of the members. The terrifying strength caused the eyes of the 3 to protrude as their bodies involuntarily flew backwards. Attack him! Du Tao roared. Instantly, the remaining 10+ members reacted and executed their own powerful attacks, joining forces to attack Zhuowen. Zhuowen's body turned sluggish, but he didn't show any signs of cowardice. With a twist of his right hand, the 7 slaughter blade slashed out horizontally. The blade's edge slammed into the terrifying attacks of the 10+ members of the Emperor Pavilion. First, it was sluggish, then it directly penetrated through, breaking apart the 10+ attacks. Swoosh! Zhuowen's momentum didn't decrease. With another stomp, the 7 slaughter blade in his hand slashed out again. The blade energy permeated the air, and several more people were sent flying by Zhuowen, falling to the ground and losing the ability to fight. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Within the encirclement of Du Tao, Zhuowen wielded the 7 slaughter blade. In less than 10 breaths of time, the encirclement of the 20+ members of the Emperor Pavilion was completely destroyed, leaving behind only the pale-faced Du Tao, who continuously retreated. You stay behind as well. Zhuowen's gaze landed on Du Tao, causing the latter's hair to stand. An intense sense of danger rose in his heart. Run! Without saying a word, Du Tao directly followed the small path outside. With a stomp of his foot, he attempted to escape. You can't escape. Zhuowen stood up proudly. With a swing of the seven slaughter blade in his right hand, it turned into a black lightning bolt and swept towards Du Tao's back. Swoosh! A violent air-breaking sound came from Du Tao's back, causing an intense sense of danger to rise in the former's heart. With a furious roar, Du Tao turned around and stretched out his hands. Surging yuan power revolved in front of his body, attempting to block the seven slaughter blade that was shooting towards him. Clang! Unfortunately, Du Tao's defense only lasted for a moment before it collapsed inch by inch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and heavily smashed onto the ground. His body twitched and trembled, and his eyes were slightly unfocused. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Swoosh! Chapter 1077. Unlucky, what are you trying to do? Lu Xiang lifted her foot slightly and took a few steps back. Her pretty eyes were filled with caution. What do you think I am trying to do? Zhuowen grinned and instantly appeared in front of Lu Xiang. His left palm swept out and imprinted itself on her shoulder blade. A muffled groan sounded out as Lu Xiang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and sat on the ground. Her pretty face was incomparably pale. Why don't you hand over all your contribution points? Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Zhuowen slowly squatted down. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at Lu Xiang in front of him. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. At the same time, the sharp blade of the seven-kill blade in his hand was inches away from Lu Xiang's pure white neck. This caused the latter's hair to involuntarily stand. Lu Xiang bit her lower lip. She finally compromised and handed over all her contribution points to Zhuowen. What caused Zhuowen to be a little surprised was that Lu Xiang really had quite a number of contribution points. There were actually a total of 70 to 80,000 contribution points. Jia Nan, Gatha, Brother Mo and Xian Xing. The four of you can split the remaining 20 over people's contribution points. After collecting the contribution points from Lu Xiang, Zhuowen spoke to Mo Lingtian and the other three behind him. The four of them reacted and each of them took action. They snatched the contribution points from the 20 over members of the Emperor Pavilion that Zhuowen had beaten to the ground. After all, with Zhuowen around, these members of the Emperor Pavilion naturally did not dare to resist. After splitting the contribution points from the 20 over members of the Emperor Pavilion, Mo Lingtian, Jia Nan and the other three were glowing with excitement. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The contribution points from these 20 over members of the Emperor Pavilion were extremely abundant. They actually had a total of nearly 400,000 contribution points. The four of them split the 400,000 contribution points equally. Each of them had around 100,000 contribution points. They had never earned so many contribution points before. Their eyes revealed an extremely rich excitement. We've really struck it rich this time. Jia Nan's face flushed red as he involuntarily muttered in excitement. The corners of Mo Lingtian's and the other two's mouths involuntarily curled into a smile. They were practically grinning from ear to ear. The harvest this time was enough to make up for all the missions they had risked their lives to complete within the academy. Zhuowen. Can we go now? Lu Xiang's pretty face was filled with coldness as she spoke coldly to Zhuowen. Scram. After Zhuowen spat out these two words, he no longer paid any attention to Lu Xiang. Instead, he directly walked towards Mo Lingtian's group. Lu Xiang had only come here to humiliate herself. Zhuowen did not really care. In addition, they were not allowed to kill each other within the academy. Hence, Zhuowen did not intend to be ruthless. Most importantly, Zhuowen knew that the mastermind behind all this was not Lu Xiang. It should be Lu Xiang's elder brother, Lu Qing, who was known as the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion. This time, he let Lu Xiang go as a reminder to Lu Qing that he, Zhuowen, was not someone to be trifled with. If he provoked him, he would have to pay the corresponding price. Brother Zhuo. So you've also come out of seclusion. However, your progress is a little fast. In just half a year, you've already reached the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. Moreover, judging from your aura, you're probably not far from breaking through to the Heavenly Exalt realm, right? Mo Lingtian and the other three took the initiative to welcome him. Among them, Mo Lingtian clicked his tongue in wonder. Yes. I'm just short of an opportunity to break through to the Heavenly Exalt realm. However, whether I can successfully break through will also depend on my luck. Zhuowen shook his head and said. From the initial stage of the Golden Exalt realm to the peak of the Golden Exalt realm, one only needed to be in an environment rich in energy and rely on a period of time. However, from the peak of the Golden Exalt realm to the initial stage of the Heavenly Exalt realm, this was a threshold that required opportunities, comprehension, and luck. Moreover, Zhuowen believed that if his cultivation could reach the Heavenly Exalt realm, his battle strength would probably not be afraid of the top 5 existences on the Outer Court Heavenly Exalt list. However, if he wanted to break through, he could not rush things. Everything had to be done slowly so that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Hearing this, Mo Lingtian and the other three were also a little moved. They knew very well that Zhuowen had only been in the sect for about 7 months. In such a short period of time, he had climbed from the Sovereign Realm to the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. His speed could not be said to be slow. Speaking of which, Gatha's progress is also very fast. She has already reached the late stage of the Sovereign Realm. After releasing the armor spirit, she is not even afraid of Golden Exalt realm warriors. As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the delicate and pretty face of Gatha. His somewhat teasing words caused the latter's exquisite face to slowly reveal an alluring crimson color, just like a ripe red apple. Big brother Zhuo, you must be joking. Compared to you, Gatha's progress is nothing. Gatha lowered her eyelids and said somewhat mockingly. Zhuowen smiled and did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Do you know about the people from the inner court? We have also heard about it. Recently, the news about the people from the inner court has spread like wildfire in the academy. It would be difficult for us not to know about it." Mo Lingtian laughed involuntarily. In theory, all the students from the outer court have the qualifications to compete for the inner court's disciple recruitment this time. In reality, it is only a competition between the geniuses on the Heavenly Exalt list. The geniuses on the Heavenly Exalt list are the true monsters of the outer court. It is really too difficult for the other students to compete with these monsters. Xian Xing suddenly opened her mouth and said. Elder sister Xian Xing is right. Since the people from the inner court have come to recruit disciples, there will not be many spots. Moreover, there are 32 spots on the Heavenly Exalt list. The remaining few spots will definitely come from these 32 spots. However, Big Brother Zhuo is also quite strong and should have the opportunity to compete for the spot of the inner court's disciple. Jia Nan's gaze landed on Zhuowen as he spoke. He had a nearly blind worship for Zhuowen. It is still too early to make a conclusion. Although the people from the inner court have already arrived at the outer court, the purpose of this trip has not been announced. Even if they are really recruiting disciples, the number of spots, selection mechanism etc. have not been confirmed. Zhuowen shook his head and spoke in a rational manner. I feel that these will be announced in the next few days. At that time, there will definitely be some news within the academy. For now, we can only wait. Mo Lingtian nodded and said. Zhuowen. There is one more thing that I have not told you. It is related to Palm Chui. Suddenly, Mo Lingtian opened his mouth again. Palm Chui. What about it? Zhuowen was startled. In his mind, he recalled the young man with a sword on his back who had a surging fighting spirit in his eyes. Speaking of which, he had not seen Palm Chui for a long time. After all, he was the second-ranked new student. Pang Chui has joined the Emperor Pavilion. It seems that he has obtained quite a lot of benefits from the Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, he has always wanted to fight with you. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Lingtian finally opened his mouth and spoke. Oh. He has joined the Emperor Pavilion? Zhuowen was startled. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, it only appeared for a short while before he regained his calm. At the entrance of the quiet bamboo forest outside the new students' dormitory, many bruised and swollen new students were still pacing back and forth. Moreover, they would occasionally glance towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Previously, they were chased out by Lu Xiang and the others. If they were to enter the new students' dormitory without permission, they would definitely be beaten up. Therefore, these new students did not dare to enter immediately. That Zhuowen has been in there for quite a long time. I wonder how he is now. Murmurs could be heard from the new students. This time around, Lu Xiang was leading a group of over 20 members from the Emperor Pavilion, and none of them were ordinary individuals. Although Zhuowen's reputation was not small and his strength was not weak, he was after all a lone figure. This time around, he would definitely suffer some losses when facing the members of the Emperor Pavilion. Look! Someone is coming out from there. I wonder who it is. I feel that it is that Zhuowen. Although this Zhuowen is rumored to be a god, he is at most a golden sovereign. Moreover, it is difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. One of them is facing over 20 cultivators of the same level. There is even a heavenly sovereign expert among them. Thinking about it, it is not likely that he will win. That is also true. This Zhuowen can be considered to be somewhat unlucky. He has just returned and he is already being taught a lesson by the Emperor Pavilion. The new students discussed spiritedly. However, their gazes were firmly fixed on the moving figure in the depths of the bamboo forest. They wanted to see who exactly the owner of this figure was. A somewhat miserable figure led a group of 20 people and walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest with a gloomy face. Moreover, the condition of these 20 over people was not good. Their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. Their eyes were unfocused. Seeing this group of people, the new students were first startled. Soon after, they very tacitly descended into silence. This was because this group of people was not Zhuowen, Mo Lingtian and the others that they had expected. It was actually the group of people from the Emperor Pavilion led by Lu Xiang. When their gazes landed on the somewhat miserable condition of this group of people, how could the new students not know that it was very likely that Lu Xiang's group had suffered quite a bit of a loss in the battle earlier? What are you looking at? All of you, get lost. Lu Xiang walked out of the bamboo forest and saw the strange gazes that the surrounding new students shot over. The gloominess in her beautiful eyes became denser and she involuntarily cried out in a lovely voice. Her somewhat hoarse voice sounded exceptionally frightening. The new students retreated one after another like fearful tigers, opening up a smooth path for her. With a cold snort, the gloominess in Lu Xiang's eyes became denser. The hatred in her heart for Zhuowen also soared by several times. This had already happened twice. She had been defeated by that man twice. She was really unable to swallow this anger. Miss Lu Xiang. Do you think we should talk to the third pavilion master about this matter? That Zhuowen is really too arrogant. If we allow him to continue acting so wantonly, I'm afraid that the reputation of our Emperor Pavilion will really be destroyed. Du Tao came to Lu Xiang's side and said in a low voice. Humph. I have my own plans for this matter. I will not let it end like this. Lu Xiang softly snorted. She directly led the group of people and left the bamboo forest, leaving behind the new students who were whispering behind her. Looks like the final result is Zhuowen's victory. I really did not expect that Zhuowen would win against over 20 people. Chapter 1078. Letter of challenge. The atmosphere in the room that was filled with flickering candlelight was faintly solemn. There were over a dozen chairs scattered around the room. These chairs were all filled with figures. However, there was a trace of fury in the eyes of these people. This is too much. This Zhuowen is really too arrogant. He actually dares to snatch the contribution points of our Emperor Pavilion members again. Moreover, he did not even let young lady Lu Xiang off. This fellow is detestable. At a corner, a man suddenly slammed his hand on the table beside his armrest and shouted furiously. That's right. This Zhuowen has already snatched the contribution points of our Emperor Pavilion twice. If we allow this person to continue, how will the other students in the academy view our Emperor Pavilion? Where will the prestige of our Emperor Pavilion go? The other people in the room also voiced their agreement one after another after this man's words sounded. Everyone's emotions were stirred up. At the leader's seat in the room, there was a black-haired and black-eyed young man wearing a long black robe. His right hand was gently placed on the table beside him. There was a black heavy spear on the table. This heavy spear was wrapped in a black cloth. The young man's right hand gently rubbed the tip of the spear. His eyes were deep and it was impossible to see the exact expression on his face. Big brother. This time around, you must not let that Zhuowen off. This fellow is really too arrogant and despotic. The contribution points of over 20 subordinates that I brought with me have all been snatched away. That is a total of over 400,000 contribution points. Lu Xiang slowly walked out from a dark corner of the room. Her pretty face was a little swollen. This caused her originally pretty appearance to be greatly affected. From the way Lu Xiang addressed him, the identity of the black-robed young man sitting at the leader's seat in the room was obvious. He should be the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. All of you should also know that the second pavilion master, Di Shi, and the first pavilion master, Di Ba, have already entered a retreat in order to prepare for the upcoming in-name disciple competition. Currently, I am in charge of the Emperor Pavilion. Lu Qing's right hand, which was groping for the heavy spear, slowly came to a stop. His eyes, which contained a serene cold light, were placed on Lu Xiang, who was at the corner, as he said, "This Zhuowen is really arrogant. However, I do not know what is wrong with the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. They are actually monitoring our movements at all times. If we rashly find trouble with Zhuowen, I'm afraid that Qingdong will appear again. It won't be easy to deal with Zhuowen." Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "What's going on with the Fragrant Ink Pavilion? That Zhuowen isn't a member of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion, so why is he protecting this Zhuowen? The Fragrant Ink Pavilion's first master seems to be paying some attention to this Zhuowen. I'm afraid that Zhuowen has some relationship with the first master," Lu Qing said indifferently. Then what should we do? Could it be that they were going to allow Zhuowen to be arrogant? This brat has already put his finger on our nose twice. If we, the Emperor Pavilion, do not take any action, won't we become the laughing stock of others? Lu Xiang said somewhat unwillingly. Lu Qing shook his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "We naturally cannot allow this brat to be so arrogant." As he spoke, Lu Qing's eyes turned slightly and landed on a dark corner in front of the room. The corners of his mouth curled into an arc as he said, "Palm tree. Haven't you always wanted to challenge that Zhuowen? I'll give you a chance this time. Issue a challenge to that Zhuowen. The location will be at the Outer Academy Arena." A figure, which was as tall as a pine tree, was faintly discernible in the shadows. When he heard Lu Qing mention him, this figure slowly stepped forward. His white clothes were like falling snow, and he carried a long sword on his back. His eyes were filled with a sharp intent. "Third Pavilion Master, don't worry. I have already made an agreement with Zhuowen about the challenge. This time, I will definitely be able to defeat him." Palm Tree's voice was low, and his sharp eyes were filled with confidence. Half a year ago, Lu Qing had found him and recruited him into the Emperor Pavilion. He had also treated him as a key member of the Emperor Pavilion. Since joining the Emperor Pavilion, Palm Tree's strength had improved rapidly. Not only could he often cultivate and temper his meridians on the 10th floor of the cultivation tower, but he also learned many powerful cultivation methods and armor skills inside the Emperor Pavilion. His cultivation had also risen to the middle stage Heavenly Master in the past half a year. His strength was much stronger than before. Although Palm Tree's cultivation was similar to Lu Qing was in existence who was half a step into the late-stage Heavenly Master. He was an expert who could enter the late-stage Heavenly Master at any time. Therefore, although Palm Tree was confident now, he also knew that he was not qualified to challenge Lu Qing. However, Palm Tree was confident that if he was given some more time, he might be qualified to challenge Lu Qing. At that time, he would also be able to smoothly enter the Heavenly Master list and obtain supreme glory in the Outer Academy. Before entering the Heavenly Master list, I'll use Zhuowen as a stepping stone to warm up. Palm Tree thought to himself. If he was still the same as before and stayed in the freshman's dormitory, his vision would only become narrower and narrower. Moreover, his strength would not have increased to such a level. However, it was completely different now. In Palm Tree's eyes, Zhuowen, who had an abnormal battle strength, was probably nothing. Lu Qing nodded and said, "With your current strength, I'm afraid you don't need to fear Zhuowen at all. Moreover, if you issue a letter of challenge to Zhuowen, the people of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion will not be able to interfere." Palm Tree nodded and immediately turned around and left the room. He was very confident. This Palm Tree is really arrogant. Lu Xiang frowned and said with some displeasure. "Ha! It's unavoidable for a genius to have some arrogance. If Palm Tree can join our Emperor Pavilion, it will be quite beneficial for our Emperor Pavilion. Next, let's wait and see for the letter of challenge." The corner of Lu Qing's mouth slightly curled as he said indifferently. This time, we must teach Zhuowen a lesson and let him know the consequences of offending our Emperor Pavilion. Lu Xiang clenched her fists and coldly snorted. At night, the sky was filled with stars. Not far from the freshman's dormitory, in a remote bamboo forest, a figure was walking with mysterious steps. He held a long black saber in his hand and slowly danced. His movements seemed slow but were actually fast. There was a different kind of meaning behind it. Life destruction. A murmur came out from Zhuowen's mouth. Then, the long saber in his right hand slashed out horizontally. Instantly, a destructive aura gushed out from the long saber and the surrounding bamboo forest withered under the destructive aura. Slowly coming to a stop, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He muttered in a low voice, "The first move of the Massacre Annihilation Saber technique, life destruction. It's really mysterious. I can't possibly grasp the essence of that destructive aura." Back then, when the blood-clothed monk slashed out the life destruction with his spiritual sense, its power had really shocked Zhuowen. That slash was extremely stunning and contained the aura to destroy all living things. If God or Buddha blocked its path, it would kill Buddha. It was as if it had interpreted all the mysteries of slaughter in the world. The power that the blood-clothed monk had unleashed was also extremely terrifying. Under the power of the life destruction, Supreme Jin and Supreme Lan were unable to resist at all. They were instantly killed and their lives were severed. The Massacre Annihilation Saber technique is an Emperor Saber technique. Moreover, it's an advanced Emperor Saber technique. Now that your cultivation level is not high enough, it's naturally not easy for you to fully comprehend it. You still need to take it slow. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. "You're right. This can't be rushed." Zhuowen nodded. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the dark depths of the bamboo forest in front of him and said indifferently, "You've been there for a long time, haven't you? Why are you acting so sneakily? What's the matter?" As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the bamboo forest became a little stagnant. A gentle breeze blew past, blowing up the fallen leaves on the ground. Thud thud thud. The sound of footsteps slowly rang out. In the bleak autumn wind, a figure slowly walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest. His tall and straight figure was like a peerless sharp sword. His entire body emitted a fierce aura. The figure came to a complete stop when he was 10 meters away from Zhuowen. A pair of sharp eyes stared at Zhuowen as he said with a faint smile, "Brother Zhuo, it has been a long time since we last met. Your strength has improved quite quickly." Looking at the figure in front of him, who was full of sharpness, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He smiled and said, "Brother Palm Tree. You're not bad either. You've probably gained more than me in the past 6 months, right?" The figure in the depths of the bamboo forest was none other than Palm Tree, who had come out from the headquarters of the Emperor Pavilion. As soon as he came out, he came to the new students' dormitory to look for Zhuowen. "I don't dare to say. Whether it's great or not, it's not just a matter of words. We'll only know after we try it out." Palm Tree shook his head and said with a faint smile, "Oh. Brother Palm Tree, you mean?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Whoosh." Palm Tree flicked his finger. Suddenly, a black figure flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and caught the black figure in his hand. He turned his hand over and discovered that the black figure's true appearance was actually an envelope. On the surface of the envelope, the word "battle" was written in calligraphy. "Battle letter?" Zhuowen was startled and muttered in a low voice, "Brother Zhuo." Back then, after the freshman reward, I, Palm Tree, said that the two of us would have another battle. And in this battle, I, Palm Tree, will take back the first place that belongs to me. Palm Tree said in a clear voice. Emperor Pavilion's Lu Qing's idea? Zhuowen sneered. Palm Tree's gaze was calm and said, "Think what you want. I've already sent the battle letter. 7 days later, I'll be waiting for you at the arena. If you don't come, then this battle between you and me will be considered as forfeiting and your title as the new student will change hands. Also, even if you refuse, it's useless because the Emperor Pavilion will do its best to publicize this battle letter in the coming days. I believe Brother Zhuo won't not come." Zhuowen suddenly smiled and said, "Do you feel proud to be called a dog of the Emperor Pavilion? I accept this battle letter. 7 days later, I, Zhuowen, will definitely come." Hearing Zhuowen call him a dog of the Emperor Pavilion, Palm Tree's gaze froze. However, he didn't flare up. He only looked deeply at Zhuowen and said, "At that time, I'll let you know that the gap between us has unknowingly widened by a large distance. Now, you can slowly use your tongue to win." Chapter 1079. Chen Xian. 3 days slowly passed. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the morning of the 4th day, Zhuowen slowly pushed open the window. 3 days had passed and Zhuowen was prepared to head to the arcane tower to look for Grandmaster Lan Miao. As he walked out of the new students' dormitory, Zhuowen discovered that many new students were pointing at him and whispering to each other along the way. This phenomenon caused Zhuowen to frown slightly. He did not understand what was going on. When he walked out of the entrance of the bamboo forest, a shout sounded from the front. "Big Brother Zhuo! You have finally come out." In front of him, Jia Nan excitedly rushed in front of Zhuowen. He was panting and beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. "Jia Nan! What's wrong?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. Jia Nan looked at Zhuowen strangely and said softly, "Big Brother Zhuo. Don't tell me you didn't go out at all these 3 days." Zhuowen nodded. He looked straight at Jia Nan and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen during these 3 days?" At this point, Jia Nan's eyes revealed a trace of haze. He said, "Big Brother Zhuo. I heard that Panda of the Emperor Pavilion has sent you a letter of challenge and plans to challenge you in the fighting arena 4 days later. This news has spread like wildfire. Now, the entire academy knows about it. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. It seemed that what Panda said 3 days ago about the Emperor Pavilion spreading the news was true. It had only been 3 days and news of the challenge had already spread throughout the entire outer academy. Zhuowen could completely imagine that when the challenge began 4 days later, it would definitely attract countless people. At that time, the fighting arena would definitely be a grand occasion. Looks like the Emperor Pavilion intends to make me, Zhuowen, suffer a crushing defeat in front of the entire academy. Is this the Emperor Pavilion's Yang Wei? Zhuowen coldly said in a low voice. It should be. This Panda is really a traitor. He is clearly a member of us new students, but he joined the Emperor Pavilion that persecutes us new students. Now, he even intends to help the Emperor Pavilion deal with you, Big Brother Zhuo. Jia Nan said somewhat angrily. But Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, everyone has their own aspirations. Although Palm is a new student, he isn't one of us. We don't have the qualifications to talk about which force he joins. However, he intends to use me, Zhuowen, to establish his prestige. I'm afraid he chose the wrong person. Big Brother Zhuo. Are you sure you can handle Palm Tree? It is said that this Palm man's strength has increased very quickly in the past half a year. Not only has his cultivation reached the middle stage of the heavenly exalted realm, his strength has also become the #1 person under the 3 great pavilion masters in the Emperor Pavilion. In the Emperor Pavilion, he can be said to be like the sun in the midday sky. Jia Nan said a bit worriedly. Don't worry. Since I was able to defeat Palm once, I can defeat him a second time. Zhuowen suddenly laughed. I believe in Brother Zhuo. Big Brother Zhuo, something big happened in the past 3 days. It's about the people from the inner courtyard. Jia Nan's face flushed red, and he was slightly excited. Obviously, what he was about to say next would be rather exciting. Zhuowen's heart moved, and he took the initiative to ask, what is it? He knew that a large part of the purpose of the people from the inner courtyard this time was to recruit nominal disciples. If it was true, it would be quite beneficial for Zhuowen to enter the inner courtyard in advance. Therefore, Zhuowen was so sensitive to the news of the people from the inner courtyard. Yesterday, the dean released the news that the people from the inner courtyard this time are from the Sky Capital Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the inner courtyard. They are here to recruit nominal disciples into the Sky Capital Peak. Jia Nan said rather solemnly. Is there a limit to the number of nominal disciples? Zhuowen asked. Jia Nan shook his head and said, there doesn't seem to be a limit. It is said that as long as the outer courtyard disciples are able to complete the requirements set by the people from the Sky Capital Peak, they will be able to be recruited as nominal disciples. Oh. The requirements set by the Sky Capital Peak. Did the dean mention the requirements set by the people from the Sky Capital Peak? Zhuowen asked again. Yes. It is said that there are a few requirements to become nominal disciples. It is said that the first one is to obtain a trace of the island's source energy from the other islands in the Sea of Misery. Only the disciples who complete this requirement have the qualifications to carry out the next requirement set by the Sky Capital Peak. Jia Nan continued. Island source energy. What is that? Zhuowen revealed a puzzled expression. He had never heard of this so-called island source energy. Jia Nan shrugged helplessly and said, I am not too sure what the island source energy is either. However, it is said that the island source energy is the source energy of the islands in the Sea of Misery. It is said that it can increase a cultivator's aptitude. Moreover, all the islands in the Sea of Misery basically release their source energy once a year. This time, the source energy will be released half a year later. Therefore, if you want to complete the first requirement, you will have to complete it after half a year. Oh. It is actually half a year later. Looks like there is still quite a lot of time. Jia Nan, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. I will properly investigate the island source energy after I complete the matters at hand. Zhuowen patted Jia Nan's shoulder and spoke in a slightly apologetic manner. It's fine. Big brother Zhua, just do what you need to do. There are still 4 days before the battle with the palm tree. Big brother Zhua, you cannot lose to the people from the Emperor's pavilion. You must ruthlessly crush their spirit and avenge us new students. Jia Nan waved his fists and spoke in an extremely confident manner. Don't worry. I naturally know this. I will take my leave first. After bidding farewell, Zhuowen parted ways with Jia Nan and headed straight for the Arcana Tower. At the same time, Zhuowen also took out his Arcana Master's robe. After being taken in as Master Lan Miao's disciple, Lu Wei had naturally obediently handed the green robe to Zhuowen. After putting on the green robe, Zhuowen entered the plaza in front of the Arcana Tower. He followed the white marble path in the center of the plaza and directly entered the Arcana Tower. Because he was wearing the green robe, Zhuowen was able to move freely within the Arcana Tower. When he arrived at the 3rd floor, a wave of noise immediately attracted his attention. He saw that there were quite a few yellow-robed Arcana Masters in the center of the hall. Rather intense mental energy undulations could be faintly felt within the encirclement. Clearly, this was a clash between some Arcana Masters due to some conflict. Zhuowen was never one to meddle in other people's business. He merely glanced indifferently at the crowd before directly walking towards the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Trash as expected. Even though you have become Master Lan Miao's disciple in name, you are still trash. Huang Can, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you have Zhuowen. My big brother Chen Xian can crush him with a single finger. A wild and arrogant laughter was transmitted from the crowd. Zhuo Wen's right leg, which had originally stepped onto the stairs, paused for a moment. Immediately, he placed it down once again. His densely cold gaze was shot towards the middle of the 3rd level where the crowd had surrounded him. There were 3 figures in the center of the encirclement. These 3 figures were faintly divided into 2 sides. One side only had one person in yellow robes, and his eyes were filled with resentment. On the other side were 2 people. One was in green robes, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. The other was in green robes, and had his hands crossed over his chest. His chin was raised high, and his eyes were narrowed. It was as if nothing in his surroundings was worthy of his attention. I really did not expect that Chen Gang would actually bring his big brother Chen Xian here. Huang Can is really unlucky. It's not just unlucky. Although Huang Can has been accepted as a disciple by Master Lan Miao, a mere disciple in name is not valued by the master. Chen Gang also saw this point, which is why he provoked Huang Can like this. Have you forgotten? Chen Xian is one of Master Tusida's official disciples. His status is not something that a disciple in name like Huang Can compare to. Chen Gang is even more unscrupulous. The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Their gazes were filled with respect and fear as they looked at the unperturbed green-robed man with his hands crossed over his chest. Chen Gang. Don't go too far. Huang Can's face was flushed red, and his eyes were filled with resentment. This Chen Gang actually pestered him and came looking for trouble again. He was really like a sticky candy that could not be shaken off. Humph. Hurry up and tell me the whereabouts of Zhuowen. That kid injured my brother, so he has to pay a price. Otherwise, wouldn't my brother be bullied by anyone? Chen Xian, who was standing behind Chen Gang, finally opened his narrowed eyes and said indifferently to Huang Can, I don't know the whereabouts of brother Zhuo. It's useless for you to ask me. Huang Can coldly snorted. Chen Xian clenched his right hand, and his gaze became slightly gloomy. He said indifferently, you're a little sentimental. Since you won't tell me, I'll beat you until you do. As he spoke, a terrifying mental energy storm swept out from behind Chen Xian. The terrifying mental energy spread out like ripples in water, causing many of the surrounding onlookers to retreat, their eyes filled with awe. Huang Can also retreated a few steps, his face slightly pale. Chen Xian was a 5th grade Arcana Master. He was not someone a mere perfect grade 3rd grade Arcana Master could compare to. Chen Xian. Master Mu Feng has long since stipulated that private fights are not allowed in the Arcana Tower. As Master Mu Feng's disciple, you actually knowingly broke the law. Huang Can's voice was filled with fear. You say that I knowingly broke the law. How laughable. Who are you and who am I? I don't have to abide by the rules that you have to abide by. Chen Xian smiled coldly and walked towards Huang Can step by step. The mental energy that spread out from him became more and more terrifying, and the pressure became more and more frightening. Huang Can's face became even paler, and he continuously retreated. As Huang Can retreated, the surrounding Arcana Masters also retreated. They didn't want to become Huang Can's meat shield. They knew very well how terrifying Chen Xian was, and didn't want to be dragged into this mess. Boom! Chen Xian stomped his foot, and the terrifying mental energy storm swept towards Huang Can like a spinning top. The might of the heavens surged, causing many of the surrounding onlookers to change their expressions. Huang Can's right hand touched his forehead, and he gritted his teeth and released his mental energy. Unfortunately, his mental energy was completely incomparable to Chen Xian's. It was extremely weak. Ha! A speck of light dares to compete with the sun and moon. How laughable. Chen Xian sneered, and the mental energy storm came crashing down. The mental energy released by Huang Can was extremely weak, and it directly shattered. Huang Can's face turned pale. He stared at the enormous mental energy storm in the sky, and his throat involuntarily trembled. Boom! Chapter 1080. Mental Energy Competition, Who is it? Chen Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment as he watched the mental energy storm being shattered by the blade aura. Many of the surrounding people did not expect that the mental energy storm released by Chen Xian would actually be broken. Following Chen Xian's line of sight, the crowd's gazes landed on a tall figure not far away. Who are you? Chen Xian stared at the figure and coldly asked. Weren't you looking for me just now? Why are you asking me who I am now? Zhuowen mocked. Zhuowen. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Zhuo. Huang Can also saw Zhuowen slowly walking over and could not help but exclaim in surprise. It is said that Grandmaster Lan Miao, who has never accepted a disciple before, has made an exception and accepted a disciple because of you. However, from what I can see, you have not shown much talent for mental energy, but your martial talent is not bad. However, I think you have come to the wrong place. This is the Arcana Tower, not the Cultivation Tower. Chen Xian crossed his arms and mocked. The blade aura Zhuowen had unleashed just now was quite powerful, so Chen Xian was faintly afraid in his heart, but even more so, there was a trace of contempt. After all, the Arcana Tower only recruited arcane geniuses. What was the use of having such high martial talent? It would not work in the Arcana Tower. Moreover, the Arcana Masters in the Arcana Tower all looked down on cultivators. They believed that cultivators were crude people who only knew how to fight, unlike the elegant and carefree Arcana Masters. Are you done with your nonsense? Zhuowen only stared quietly at Chen Xian and indifferently spat out these words. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth stiffened, and his gaze immediately darkened. Chen Gang could not help but step forward and point at Zhuowen. Don't think that you are so great just because you were accepted as Grandmaster Lan Miao's last disciple. Your mental energy is merely at the peak of grade 4. There is a qualitative difference between that and grade 5. I'm afraid that you use some underhanded method to make Grandmaster Lan Miao misjudge you and accept a piece of trash like you. You're calling me trash. I remember that you were defeated by me 3 days ago, right? Now you, a defeated opponent, are pointing at my nose and saying that I'm trash. Don't you feel that you're like a jumping clown and extremely laughable? Zhuowen said indifferently. Humph. In front of my big brother, you're just a piece of trash. Your martial strength is indeed not bad, but do you dare to compete with my big brother using spiritual power? As Master Lan Miao's disciple, I think that you won't withdraw because of this, right? Chen Gang gave a cold snort and quibbled. Are you saying that you want me to compete with your brother, Chen Xian, in terms of spiritual power? Zhuowen suddenly asked in a strange tone. Even Huang Can's expression was somewhat strange. He knew that Zhuowen's spiritual type ability was terrifying, having reached the great circle of the 5th stage. Although Chen Xian was also a 5th stage Arcana Master, he was only at the lesser stage of the 5th stage. The gap between him and Zhuowen was not small. However, this guy, Chen Gang, actually proposed that Zhuowen and Chen Xian compete in spiritual power. It was no wonder that Zhuowen and Huang Can both revealed strange expressions. However, this kind of expression was only revealed by Zhuowen and Huang Can. Everyone else's eyes were filled with ridicule, and the target of their ridicule was naturally Zhuowen. In the entire arcane tower, only Master Lan Miao and Huang Can knew that Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the great circle of the 5th stage. The others simply did not know. At that time, Zhuowen's spiritual power on the 4th floor was also around the 4th stage. He mainly relied on his martial strength to defeat Chen Gang and Lu Li, so Chen Gang mistakenly thought that Zhuowen's spiritual power was actually only strong in martial strength, but his spiritual power was actually ordinary. What? You don't dare. Chen Gang raised his chin high. He naturally saw the strange expression on Zhuowen's face, but he believed that the reason why Zhuowen revealed such an expression was actually a sign of a guilty conscience. After all, in his opinion, Zhuowen's spiritual power definitely did not exceed the 4th stage. There was quite a large gap between him and his big brother, Chen Xian. Chen Xian silently watched all of this, the corners of his mouth full of a sneer, but he interjected, "You don't dare." It seems that the disciple recruited by Master Lan Miao isn't much. Not only is his talent lacking, but he is also as timid as a mouse. How disappointing. That's right. Since you don't dare, then get out of the arcane tower as soon as possible, lest you tarnish Master Lan Miao's reputation. Chen Gang took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, ridiculing and ridiculing. The mocking looks in the eyes of quite a few people in the surroundings became even more intense. News of Master Lan Miao accepting a disciple had spread like wildfire in the arcane tower over the past 3 days. Everyone had different opinions regarding Zhuowen's spiritual power, but that Chen Gang swore that Zhuowen was a 4th stage Arcana Master. Thus, everyone believed this to be true, believing that Zhuowen was really a 4th stage Arcana Master. There were even quite a few people who were envious of Zhuowen's luck. A 4th stage Arcana Master was actually accepted as a disciple by Master Lan Miao. This was a treatment that many 4th stage Arcana Masters did not have. Of course, if they knew Zhuowen's true spiritual power cultivation, they would probably be taken aback. Did I say that I don't dare? Since you want to compete with me, I, Zhuowen, will naturally be happy to accompany you. Zhuowen slowly stepped forward and said indifferently. Chen Xian and Chen Gang's expressions froze. They did not expect that Zhuowen would actually agree so readily. They faintly felt that something was wrong. However, since it's a competition, there must be a prize. Otherwise, this competition would be too monotonous. Zhuowen said with a slight smile. Chen Xian frowned slightly. This Zhuowen's performance was a little too indifferent. Not only did he not reject this spiritual power competition, he even wanted a prize. Although he faintly felt that something was wrong, he was still very confident in his spiritual power. Big brother. This kid is definitely bluffing. Don't be fooled by him. Isn't it just a prize? We'll just give it to him. This person is Master Lan Miao's disciple, and you are Master Tusida's disciple. If you defeat and ruthlessly humiliate this kid, Master Tusida will definitely praise you. Chen Gang said to Chen Xian in a low voice. Master Tusida was also one of Master Mu Feng's 4 direct disciples. However, his relationship with Master Lan Miao was not very good. It could be said that the two of them often fought openly and secretly. However, because Master Lan Miao's cultivation was higher, Master Tusida would often suffer some losses. However, if Chen Xian could defeat and ruthlessly humiliate Master Lan Miao's newly accepted disciple, he would undoubtedly gain Master Tusida's favor. Thinking of this, Chen Xian was somewhat tempted. He nodded and said to Zhuowen, "What do you want as a prize?" "A grade 5 origin formation." Zhuowen indifferently spat out these words. Whoosh! As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. This Zhuowen was really asking for an exorbitant price. He actually wanted to use a grade 5 origin formation as a wager. This thing was extremely precious even to a grade 5 arcana master. It was already very good for a grade 5 arcana master to possess a grade 5 origin formation. Moreover, they would treat it like a treasure. Who would have the courage to use it as a wager? A grade 5 origin formation? Do you have such a thing on you? Chen Xian's pupils shrank. Soon after, he asked somewhat suspiciously. With a flick of his finger, Zhuowen immediately summoned the Greater Infinity Sword formation. Rays of sword light surrounded his body. Soon after, he stared at Chen Xian and said, "What do you think? You actually have a grade 5 origin formation." Chen Gang also began to realize that something was wrong. This Zhuowen actually had a grade 5 origin formation on him. Could it be that Master Lan Miao had given him a gift for becoming his disciple? "It's your turn. Take out your grade 5 origin formation," Zhuowen said indifferently. Chen Xian's eyes flickered. He sneered and said, "It seems that Master Lan Miao treats you quite well. Clearly, his mental strength is only at grade 4, but he actually gave you a grade 5 origin formation." As he spoke, Chen Xian waved his sleeve. Rays of starlight formed a ring-shaped galaxy that surrounded Chen Xian's body. The sparkling starlight looked mysterious and distant. Grade 5 origin formation, Milky Way 9 heavens. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he asked, "How do you want to compete in mental strength?" "It's very simple. Meet force with force. Whoever has the stronger mental strength will be the winner," Chen Xian said indifferently. His entire body was wrapped in mental strength. His green robe fluttered in the wind under this mental strength. Chen Xian also slowly floated up under the effect of his mental strength. It was as if he was floating in the air. This method is simple and practical. Not bad. Zhuowen nodded. The mental strength in his Naiwan palace also slowly gushed out and wrapped around his body. This brat wants to meet force with force with force. He is simply asking for humiliation. Chen Gang's mouth was full of a cold smile. He looked at Zhuowen with a gaze full of ridicule. The surrounding people also stared at Zhuowen, who was also floating in the air. The mental strength emitted by Zhuowen was indeed not strong. It was only at grade 4. So where did this brat get the confidence to compete with Chen Xian in mental strength? Huang Can was startled at first. Soon after, his eyes revealed a look of understanding. He softly said, "Zhuowen really knows how to play. Grade 4. Hee, I thought you had some kind of trump card. I didn't expect you to still be a grade 4 arcana master. Let me ask you, what do you have to compete with me?" Chen Xian's voice became incomparably strong under the influence of his yuan power. It was also mixed with a trace of contempt and disdain. What do I have to compete with you? You will find out very soon. When Zhuowen rose to the same height as Chen Xian, his right hand touched the space between his eyebrows again. An even more surging mental strength rushed out like a tide. If Zhuowen's mental strength was like a trickle just now, this sudden surge of mental strength was like an endless river, flowing far and wide. When this mental strength completely appeared in the living room, Chen Xian's face completely froze. Not only Chen Xian, but Chen Gang and the surrounding onlookers also fell into varying degrees of stupefaction. This lad's mental power is actually at the initial level 5. Chen Gang muttered to himself, his face completely stiff. I see. I was wondering why Master Lan Miao suddenly accepted a disciple. So you are also an initial grade 5 Arcana Master. Chen Xian's face was slightly gloomy. This time, he had miscalculated. He did not expect Zhuowen to hide his mental strength. Only a small success. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. Then, an even more terrifying mental strength rushed out. It was a rushing river just now, but now it was a vast ocean. Chapter 1081. Mottled white. At this moment, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat heavy and oppressive. However, this atmosphere only lasted for a moment before it suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. Advanced Grade 5 Mental Energy. This Zhuowen is actually a Grade 5 Advanced Arcana Master. His mental energy cultivation is even higher than Chen Xian's. After a moment of silence, an extremely wild discussion and uproar broke out in the surroundings. Clearly, Zhuowen's sudden burst of mental energy had truly shocked everyone. Gulp. Chen Gang's throat trembled. His face was slightly pale as he looked at Zhuowen's figure surrounded by a vast sea of mental energy. He wanted to say something, but he realized that he had nothing to say. The only thing that could be seen was the shock that filled his heart, which was increasing exponentially. Chen Xian's expression became extremely ugly. However, he was cursing in his heart. This damn Zhuowen clearly has mental energy at the advanced grade 5 Advanced Arcana Master, but he actually pretended to be weak in front of him. No wonder this kid was so confident before, and even took the initiative to propose a grade 5 Yuan array as the wager. This kid had planned everything so that he could trick him and give him a harsh slap in the face. Brother Chen Xian. Is there still a need to compete? I believe that Brother Chen Xian is also a smart person and definitely won't ask for trouble. How about this, you can just hand over the Milky Way Empyrean to me. Let's all make money out of harmony. Surrounded by the vast ocean of mental energy, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with smiles, as if he was completely harmless. However, it was precisely this appearance that made Chen Xian gnash his teeth in anger. This brat was truly capable of causing others to die without paying with his life. The rest of the people in the living room were speechless as they looked at Zhuowen's harmless appearance. This guy was really good at pretending. The pitiful ones were the two brothers, Chen Xian and Chen Gang. This time, they had been tricked miserably. A grade 5 Yuan array. Even for a grade 5 Arcana Master, it was an extremely precious item. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry to lose because of this kind of competition. Chen Xian's expression was solemn as he coldly said, "Your mental energy cultivation is higher than mine, but you may not be able to beat me. Do you think that's possible before we even try? You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish." The smile on Zhuowen's face also faded. Soon after, he stomped his foot, and the mental energy on his body crushed towards Chen Xian's head like a mountain. Chen Xian's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hands, and the psychic energy surrounding him formed an oval-shaped defensive shield. Obviously, Chen Xian knew that his psychic energy was weaker than Zhuowen's. He planned to only defend and not attack. Rumble. The terrifying spiritual power crushed down, and invisible ripples spread in the gap between the two spiritual powers. There was a hissing sound in the air, which sounded slightly ear-piercing. At the moment when the two mental energies collided, Chen Xian's face was slightly pale. His knees were slightly bent, as if he was enduring an extremely heavy pressure. However, he clenched his teeth and refused to let go. He managed to hold on for a while. Give up on offense and focus on defense. Unfortunately, your method will ultimately fail. Zhuowen's voice was like thunder in the void, resounding throughout the entire hall. It shook the eardrums and made people feel a little dizzy. As these words came out, the mental energy crushing down on Chen Xian's body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the mental energy above Chen Xian was directly shattered, and cracks spread out. Puchi. Chen Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the cracks that spread out above him and roared, "Block it." A futile struggle. Zhuowen's voice rang out again. The mental energy shield in front of Chen Xian was torn to pieces. A muffled groan sounded, and a black figure flew out in front of everyone's eyes. He landed on the ground in an extremely sorry state, and almost fell flat on his back. Chen Xian lost. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. They had already expected this outcome, but Chen Xian's speed of retreat was far faster than they had imagined. Chen Gang's face was extremely pale. He hurriedly came to Chen Xian's side and tried to support him. Get lost. Chen Xian mercilessly pushed Chen Gang away, his eyes filled with annoyance. He only had one grade 5 origin array on him, and it was tailor-made for him by Master Tusada. Although he was also a grade 5 Arcana Master and had the qualifications to refine a grade 5 origin array, his mental energy was only at the initial grade 5 level. It was very difficult for him to control his mental energy, so the failure rate of refining a grade 5 origin array was extremely high. In addition, the materials for a grade 5 origin array were extremely expensive. Therefore, if Chen Xian wanted to refine a grade 5 origin array for himself, the price he would have to pay would definitely be beyond what he could bear. Chen Gang's face was completely drained of blood. He had never expected that the final outcome would be like this. Originally, he had confidently brought his big brother Chen Xian here to teach Zhuowen a lesson. However, in the end, not only did he fail to teach Zhuowen a lesson, it was his big brother who had been taught a lesson. At the same time, he had also lost a grade 5 yuan array. Brother Chen Xian. I will gladly accept your Milky Way 9 heavens. Of course, I am also very grateful for Brother Chen Xian's generosity. After repelling Chen Xian, Zhuowen landed in front of the Milky Way 9 heavens. His powerful mental energy transformed into a large hand, and suddenly reached out with the intention of sucking the grade 5 origin array into his palm. Swoosh! However, the moment the hand was about to touch the Milky Way of 9 heavens, the Milky Way of 9 heavens suddenly turned into specks of stars and shot out explosively, dodging Zhuowen's absorption and returning to Chen Xian's side. Oh! Brother Chen Xian! What is the meaning of this? Zhuowen's body stiffened. Soon after, his serene and cold gaze stared intently at the pale-faced Chen Xian below. A faintly discernible killing intent enveloped Chen Xian, causing the latter's heart to tighten. Brother Zhuo. This Milky Way 9 heavens is a gift from my teacher for acknowledging me as his disciple. It has a special meaning to me, so I cannot hand it over. How about this, the next time I personally refine a grade 5 origin array, I will hand it over to Brother Zhuo with both hands. How about that? Chen Xian forced out a smile and said. When these words came out, a trace of disdain appeared in the eyes of many people in the surroundings. Chen Xian's words were really pleasant to hear. If he wanted to go back on his word, then so be it. To say these words in such a dignified manner, his skin was really thick. Zhuowen put on a fake smile and said, Brother Chen Xian's words are wrong. This Milky Way 9 heavens is the prize you promised. Don't tell me Brother Chen Xian is a shameless person who doesn't keep his promise. I think Brother Chen Xian is not such a person, so it's better to hand it over to me. Chen Xian's face twitched. Zhuowen's words had a hidden meaning. He was insinuating that he didn't keep his promise and was shameless. However, he still remained as unmoved as a mountain, unmoved. Looks like Brother Chen Xian is not sincere at all. Then there's no other way. Don't blame me for snatching it. Zhuowen grinned and stomped his foot. A terrifying mental energy crushed down, and a murderous intent completely locked onto Chen Xian. Senior brother. How long do you want to watch? Quickly come out and help me. Chen Xian roared and shouted at the surrounding crowd. At the same time, he flew back again and again. Boom! As soon as Chen Xian's words came out, an even more terrifying mental energy came from the left side of the crowd. This mental energy turned into a sharp claw and blocked in front of Chen Xian. Boom! This mental energy claw collided with Zhuowen's mental energy. Invisible ripples spread out, and a visible wave of air with slight moisture was produced. The surrounding people were all forced back by this wave of air, not daring to resist. Bang! A slight explosion sounded, and then the mental energy claw and Zhuowen's mental energy were annihilated at the same time. Because of this delay, Chen Xian had already retreated dozens of meters away. Brother, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Although my junior brother was a little reckless, you were a little too ruthless. Such an extreme method is not advisable. A calm voice sounded from a part of the crowd. Soon after, a young man with white hair slowly walked out. There was a faint smile in his eyes, and he looked extremely calm. This is Master Tusida's second disciple, Zai Bai. I didn't expect that even he would come to the third floor to join in the fun. How rare. When this figure finally appeared in front of everyone, his identity was revealed amidst the crowd's discussion. You're right. I also intend to make peace. Unfortunately, your junior brother is a little too shameless. He lost the competition and still wants to break his promise. Are all the disciples taught by Master Tusida so shameless? Zhuowen's words became a little impolite. You dare to slander my teacher? Chen Xian's face was gloomy as he coldly said. I'm not slandering him, but you're a shameless person. You're smearing your teacher's name. Zhuowen retorted. The smile on Zai Bai's face also faded. He said, you're Master Lan Miao's new disciple, right? If I remember correctly, your name is Zhuowen, right? Zhuowen nodded and said coldly, are you still planning to cover up for this shameless person? Zai Bai smiled faintly. Your strength is very good. You're able to reach level 5 advanced mental power at such a young age. It's understandable that my junior brother lost to you. However, it was just an ordinary competition just now. I didn't hear anything about a prize. Brother Zhua, is it really okay to talk nonsense like this? Zhuowen was stunned. Zai Bai was trying to reverse right and wrong. I originally thought that Chen Xian was the most shameless person I've ever met. Now I realize that I was wrong. As a senior brother, you're definitely better than him. Zhuowen said sarcastically. Zai Bai's face stiffened. His gentle gaze finally revealed a trace of coldness. He said, it seems that Brother Zhuo's ability to slander is also one of the best I've ever seen. Since we can't make things clear with words, we can only fight. As he spoke, Zai Bai suddenly stepped forward. His level 5 advanced mental power surged out as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. Both Zhuowen and Zai Bai have level 5 advanced mental power. I wonder who's stronger. Seeing Zai Bai's posture, many people around showed a trace of excitement. After all, both Zhuowen and Zai Bai were experts. Watching experts fight was naturally beneficial for them. Ha! Let's see who's stronger. Chapter 1082. Black and White 8 Trigrams Formation. When the mental strength of a perfect grade 5 was completely released, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became strangely silent. Everyone stared at Zhuowen with their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say. Just when everyone thought that Zhuowen was a grade 4 Arcana Master, Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the level of grade 5 Small Success. When everyone thought that this was Zhuowen's limit, Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the level of grade 5 Large Success and defeated Chen Xian. When Chen Xian's senior brother Zhai Bai arrived, everyone thought that this was going to be a fierce battle. However, Zhuowen played a joke on them. That was, Zhuowen's mental strength actually broke through another level, reaching the level of level 5 Great Perfection. This unexpected performance made everyone start to think that Zhuowen's mental strength had no limit. He actually soared his mental strength several times. The smile at the corner of Bai Zai's mouth completely froze, while Chen Xian and Qin Gang were stunned on the spot. They did not expect that Zhuowen's spiritual power of level 5 upper realm was not his limit. Great grade 5 perfection. When Chen Xian completely recovered, his lips squirmed, and he slowly spat out such a sentence, like a question, but also like a question. Who would have thought that in his opinion, an ant who should be a grade 4 arcanist, would show such a terrifying mental strength, far beyond Chen Xian's imagination. Zhai Bai's face was the ugliest. Originally, he came out just to support Chen Xian, and at the same time to rub the spirit of Master Lan Miao's new disciple. Now he found that Zhuowen's mental strength was actually above his. It could be said that he went for wool and came home shorn. The current situation really made it difficult for him to get off. Get lost. After breaking out the great grade 5 perfection mental strength, Zhuowen flicked his sleeve, and suddenly a terrifying mental strength burst out, turning into a huge mental strength hand, and crushed toward Zhai Bai. Feeling the horror of the mental strength hand, Zhai Bai's face changed slightly. He clenched his teeth, and with a flick of his sleeve, the terrifying mental strength turned into sharp claws, and directly blasted out. Gotcha. Unfortunately, the difference in mental energy between the two was almost an entire level. The power was naturally incomparable. The mottled white mental energy claw only lasted for a moment before it collapsed and was annihilated. Zhuowen pressed down with his right hand. After the mental energy palm destroyed the mental energy claw, it continued to fly towards Bai Ji, causing the latter to retreat in fear. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a grade 5 origin array from his spirit ring. Black and White 8 Trigrams Formation. Bai Zai let out a low roar. An enormous black and white yin and yang pattern appeared on the origin array he took out. The black and white yin and yang pattern constantly rotated, forming a rather sturdy defense in front of Bai Zai. Bang! The mental energy palm slammed into the black and white 8 trigrams array and was completely stopped. It was unable to move forward. Greater Limitless Sword Formation. Since Bai Zai had used a grade 5 origin formation, Zhuowen naturally didn't hold back and used the infinitum sword formation. Instantly, streaks of sword light shot out like shooting stars in the night sky. The resplendent sword light was like the most dazzling starlight in the world. Bang! 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 A low explosive sound rang out as the sword glow arrived on time and slammed into the black and white 8 trigrams formation. Surging energy ripples began to spread throughout the entire hall, causing the surrounding people to continuously retreat with shock in their eyes. Bai Zai's face flushed red. His feet retreated again and again. The black and white 8 trigrams array in front of him was also on the verge of collapse. It was also a grade 5 origin formation, but his mental energy was a level lower than Zhuowen's. The power he could unleash was naturally a level lower. Senior brother. This person is bullying the weak. He's extremely hateful. Let me help you. Seeing that Bai Zai was at an absolute disadvantage, Chen Xian couldn't help but say. He knew that once Bai Zai was defeated, his Milky Way 9 heavens would definitely be lost. Thinking of this, Chen Xian took a step forward and came to Bai Zai's side. With a wave of his sleeve, a silver river spread out from his body. The resplendent starlight shrouded out like a snake and entangled the sword light in front of him. When the black and white 8 trigrams array and the Milky Way 9 heavens combined, the power it could unleash was indeed quite impressive. For a moment, it blocked the imposing sword light. Looking at Chen Xian, who had vowed to join the battle, many people frowned. This competition was originally proposed by Chen Xian. Now that Chen Xian had failed, not only did he not keep his promise, but he also joined forces with Bai Zai to bully the weak. Chen Xian's actions were indeed a little too shameless. Huang Can trembled with anger and couldn't help but angrily rebuke Chen Xian. "You're Master Tusida's disciple. Don't you feel ashamed of your despicable and shameless behavior?" Chen Xian glanced indifferently at Huang Can, whose face was flushed red. The corners of his mouth raised slightly as he said, "That's not right. Zhuowen is a perfect grade 5 Arcana master. He's clearly the one bullying the weak. Is it wrong for me to help my senior brother?" With that, Chen Xian no longer paid attention to the resentful Huang Can. With a shake of his sleeve, an even more powerful and terrifying mental strength gushed out. The power of the Milky Way 9 heavens increased by several times. Bai Zai was not to be outdone, and the black and white 8 trigrams array in front of him also became more powerful. For a moment, the greater infinity sword formation was actually suppressed. Chen Xian and Bai Zhi's eyes revealed a trace of relief when they saw this scene. Infinite sword array, 1,000 swords. Zhuowen was not in a hurry. With a wave of his sleeve, his right hand formed a sword technique. Suddenly, the infinite sword array split into thousands of giant swords, falling like rain on the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array. Bang! 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 The power of the 1,000 swords was much stronger than before. The defense formed by the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array began to weaken, and then it began to tremble violently. Flowing sword style. Zhuowen seized the opportunity to pursue and execute the 5th great sword move of the infinity sword formation, the flowing sword style. Instantly, the countless sword lights split apart to form a terrifying storm of sword lights that covered the heavens and the earth, while the might of the infinity sword formation increased by a few times. Crack! As soon as the flowing sword style was used, the combined defense of the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array began to show traces of cracks. The cracks began to spread and expand under the horrified gazes of the two before finally collapsing. Pfft! The moment the defense of the 2 5th grade origin arrays collapsed, Chen Xian and Bai Zai both spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated with pale faces. Whoosh! 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 When the two of them retreated dozens of steps and just stabilized their bodies, a sword light wrapped around them. The sharp tip of the sword emitted a bone-chilling coldness. It was pointed at the two of them, causing them to not dare to move in the slightest. Thump! 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 Crisp footsteps slowly sounded. It was unknown when Zhuowen had landed on the ground, but he was slowly walking towards Chen Xian and Bai Zai, who were surrounded by the infinite sword array. Chen Xian and Bai Zai were defeated even after joining forces. This Zhuowen is really terrifying. No wonder Master Lan Miao, who has never accepted a disciple, accepted this boy for the first time. It turns out that this boy's mental strength is so terrifying. The surrounding people whispered to each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect as they looked at Zhuowen. No matter where they were, a perfect grade 5 arcanist was an extremely powerful existence. Moreover, Zhuowen was only 20 years old. He was much younger than any of Master Tusida's disciples. It could be seen that this boy's future was limitless. Chen Xian and Ban Bai's faces were slightly ugly, especially Ban Bai. He had come out of the crowd in high spirits. He had originally wanted to show off his strength and make Zhuo Wen submit, but he had never imagined that he would be defeated by Zhuo Wen in front of so many people. This was a great loss of face for him. Brother Chen Xian. It's time to hand over the Milky Way 9 heavens, right? Zhuo Wen said indifferently with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Chen Xian's face was ugly. He clenched his fists tightly and a trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. You still don't want to hand it over? Zhuo Wen's voice abruptly turned cold as the sword aura surrounding Chen Xian and Bai Ji suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Shortly after, it started to shrink, as if it was prepared to kill the two of them at any moment. Chen Xian. Hurry up and hand over the Milky Way 9 heavens. Do you want to get us killed? Bai Zai could not help but shout at Chen Xian. Chen Xian's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth, shook his sleeve, and immediately threw out the primary array of the Milky Way 9 heavens to Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen waved his right hand and unceremoniously put the Milky Way 9 heavens into the spirit ring. Immediately, his eyes moved away from Chen Xian and fell on Bai Zai. Perhaps noticing Zhuo Wen's gaze, Bai Zai said with a gloomy face, Chen Xian has already handed over the Milky Way 9 heavens. Now you should let us go, right? If Brother Chen Xian had cooperated and handed over the Milky Way 9 heavens at the beginning, it would have been easy. Unfortunately, you were not very cooperative before. Do you think it is possible to let you go so easily? Zhuo Wen said lightly. What do you mean? Bai Zai had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhuo Wen shook his head and said, nothing. Give me the black and white 8 trigrams array, then I will let you go. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people showed a mocking expression. This Zhuo Wen was really unreasonable. Not only did he take away Chen Xian's Milky Way 9 heavens, but now he was going to take away Bai Zai's black and white 8 trigrams array. You still want my black and white 8 trigrams array? Bai Zai's face gradually darkened as he said in a low voice. You don't want to hand it over? Then you know the consequences. Zhuo Wen grinned, and his smile was full of coldness. The sword light around the great infinity sword array began to close in on Bai Zai's forehead. It was as if with just a thought, the sword light could pierce through Bai Zai's forehead. Feeling the terrifying sharpness of the sword light, Bai Zai's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. This Zhuo Wen was too unscrupulous. He was actually threatening him with his life. When the sword light came closer and was about to pierce through Bai Zai's forehead, he finally gave in. You can have the black and white 8 trigrams array too. Chapter 1083. The Fifth Layer. Since Brother Bai is so polite, I'll accept it. Zhuo Wen smiled and put the black and white 8 trigrams formation into his spirit ring. Looking at Zhuo Wen's expression of pretending to be obedient even though he had taken advantage of him, his white eyelids twitched violently, and his heart was bleeding. However, he could only grit his teeth and swallow all this. With a gloomy face, he said, Can you let us go now? Of course. Zhuo Wen nodded and waved his sleeve. Immediately, the greater infinite sword formation that revolved around Chen Xian and Bai Bai moved away and landed beside Zhuo Wen. Bai Zai and Chen Xian glared fiercely at Zhuo Wen, then left the third floor with their tails between their legs. Chen Gang followed behind Chen Xian, intending to leave as well, but was stopped by Zhuo Wen. Brother Chen Gang. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's sit down and talk. Chen Gang trembled when he heard this. Chen Xian's footsteps also slowed, but he didn't stop and hurriedly left the third layer. Not only had Chen Xian lost his grade 5 origin formation, Milky Way 9 heavens, but he had also lost all his face. He didn't want to stay here. Moreover, Chen Gang was the one who instigated this, so how could he care about Chen Gang's matters? Looking at Chen Xian who was rapidly leaving, Chen Gang's lips wriggled, but he was unable to utter a single word. His face became deathly pale and his legs trembled. What kind of existence was Zhuowen? He was a perfect grade 5 Arcana master. He was much more powerful than Chen Xian and Bai Zai. He was a grade 4 Arcana master. In front of such an existence, he was just an ant. How could he not be afraid? What orders does Master Zhua have? Chen Gang could only force a smile. Hand over your spirit ring. All of this happened because of you, so I won't make things difficult for you. Just hand over your spirit ring. Zhuowen spread his hands and said indifferently. Chen Gang's face darkened. Zhuowen was really ruthless. After snatching Chen Xian and Bai, he wouldn't even let him go. Not only Chen Gang, but the others also had strange expressions on their faces. Zhuowen didn't act like an expert at all. Chen Gang's eyes flickered. In the end, he compromised. He took off the spirit ring and threw it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen caught the spirit ring and handed it to Huang Can, who was beside him, as he said, "Brother Huang. Take this spirit ring. The spirit ring is also yours." Huang Can Huang Zhuowen Huang's spirit ring. And Huang Can, Huang's name, Huang. Is Huang Zhuowen Huang. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Chen Gang's items aren't very useful to me, but they're extremely useful to you. I hope you can become a 4th-rank Arcana Master as soon as possible. When the time comes, you'll be accepted as an official disciple by teacher. Do your best. Huang Can's eyes revealed a look of gratitude as he nodded heavily and said, "Brother Zhuo. I will." On the other hand, Chen Gang's expression was extremely gloomy. If Zhuowen had taken his spirit ring for his own use, Chen Gang would not have felt anything. However, this guy had actually disregarded his spirit ring and tossed it to Huang Can. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face. However, he didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Not only was Zhuowen Grandmaster Lan Miao's disciple, but his mind power cultivation was also at the great perfection of the 5th grade. In a sense, such an existence already stood at the peak of the Arcane Tower's disciples. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. "Lord Zhuo. Can I go now?" Chen Gang smiled embarrassedly. "Scram. However, I'll say this in advance. If you find trouble with Brother Huang in the future, don't blame me for being impolite," Zhuowen said indifferently. Yes. Lord Zhuo, don't worry, I won't look for trouble with Brother Huang in the future. Chen Gang repeatedly bowed. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards Huang Can and said with a smile, "Brother Huang. In the future, I won't touch a single hair on Luo Xiang. She belongs to you. I won't touch her. As for the previous matter, I hope Brother Huang can forgive me." Huang Can's eyes were gloomy. He said indifferently, "I have nothing to do with Luo Xiang. You don't have to mention her." Oh. Since Brother Huang has nothing to do with Luo Xiang, then I also have nothing to do with her. I won't look for her in the future. Brother Huang can rest assured about this. Chen Gang knew how to behave himself. He quickly distanced himself from Luo Xiang. Now that Zhuowen and Huang Can had established a relationship, he really didn't dare to offend the other party. Admitting defeat now would definitely be beneficial for him to continue staying in the Arcane Tower in the future. "Chen Gang. What do you mean by this? Didn't you promise me your undying love and everlasting love? Now you want to distance yourself from me?" As soon as Chen Gang's words fell, a slightly angry shout rang out from the crowd. Luo Xiang, who was dressed in a yellow robe, slowly walked out. Her beautiful eyes were somewhat embarrassed as she stared at Chen Gang, who was nodding and bowing in front of Zhuowen and Huang Can. Back then, Chen Gang had promised her many benefits. That was why she gave herself to Chen Gang. Now, Chen Gang actually wanted to distance himself from her in front of Huang Can. What did Chen Gang think of her? Chen Gang glanced indifferently at Luo Xiang. Soon after, he said goodbye to Zhuowen and Huang Can and directly left the third floor. He didn't even look at Luo Xiang. Looking at Chen Gang's resolute back, Luo Xiang's pretty face was pale. Her beautiful eyes were slightly dazed and confused. Many people in the surroundings looked at this scene with ridicule. Back then, Huang Can and Luo Xiang were a loving couple. Moreover, Huang Can was extremely fond of Luo Xiang. It was considered a good story on the third floor. Unfortunately, good times didn't last long. Luo Xiang couldn't resist Chen Gang's temptation and resolutely abandoned Huang Can and threw herself into Chen Gang's arms. She did so for the vanity in her heart and the benefits of being able to enter the fourth floor to speed up her cultivation. Now, Huang Can had a reversal of fortune. Not only did he become the disciple of Grandmaster Lan Miao, but the perfect grade 5 monster, Zhuowen, also had an extremely good relationship with Huang Can. Even Chen Gang had to give in front of him. It was likely that no one in the entire arcane tower would dare to provoke Huang Can. Now, Luo Xiang was mercilessly abandoned by Chen Gang. Endless regret began to surface in her heart. If she didn't make the wrong decision back then, she and Huang Can might really be a celestial couple now, enjoying the envy of others. It's still not too late. Huang Can will definitely still accept me. Gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, Luo Xiang walked straight towards Huang Can, who was standing beside Zhuowen. There was a trace of pitiful look in her beautiful eyes. Oh. Zhuowen also noticed Luo Xiang walking over. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He glanced indifferently at Huang Can, who was trembling beside him, and said in a low voice, "I think Brother Huang should be clearer than me about whether some people are hypocritical or fake, right?" After speaking, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the stairs leading to the fourth floor. Now, he still had to look for Grandmaster Lan Miao. At the same time, there was a trace of hope in his eyes. Grandmaster Lan Miao had said that there was a way to rapidly increase his mental energy. Therefore, he was looking forward to this trip. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Huang Can's eyes brightened. His originally somewhat chaotic heart gradually calmed down. Looking at Luo Xiang walking over in front of him, his heart was as calm as water. "Huang Can. Do you still remember that you said in the past that you will accompany me until we grow old? You said that you will accompany me to watch the sunrise and sunset every day, chase after flowers and butterflies, and accompany me until we grow old. You haven't forgotten these, right?" Luo Xiang came in front of Huang Can and said in a gentle voice. Huang Can nodded and said seriously, "I have indeed said these words before. Moreover, I also intend to carry them out." Luo Xiang's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Striking while the iron was hot, she said, "Previously, I was bewitched by Chen Gang and went astray. In fact, I was completely coerced by Chen Gang. Now, it's all good. That Chen Gang will no longer dare to make things difficult for you. I can also return to your side. Let's be together for the rest of our lives and never be separated again, okay?" Huang Can suddenly smiled. He extended his right hand and gently stroked Luo Xiang's beautiful hair. His gaze became a little blurred. Luo Xiang revealed a shy expression. Her hands were placed in front of her and twisted together, appearing like a little girl. "Luo Xiang. I do want to be with you for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, the Luo Xiang from before is dead. The Luo Xiang in my heart has also disappeared. You are not the person I want to protect for the rest of my life." After he finished speaking, Huang Can revealed a slight smile on the corners of his mouth. He simply brushed past Luo Xiang. There was no longer any pity or regret in his eyes. There was only a calmness that was like water in an ancient well. Some people, some things, if missed, were destined to be irreparable. Huang can still thank Luo Xiang for abandoning him back then. It made him understand that Luo Xiang was really worthy of his love and protection. Now he understood, so he no longer intended to accept Luo Xiang. He didn't even intend to spend time on love. He wanted to make himself stronger. Luo Xiang's betrayal back then and Zhuowen's advice made him thoroughly understand that this world was cruel. Under the law of the jungle, if he couldn't become stronger, he didn't even have the qualifications to love and be loved. Luo Xiang stood where she was in a daze. Huang Can's words from before constantly echoed in her ears. Her pretty face had already become incomparably pale. She slowly squatted down and silently wept. She knew that everything was already irreversible. What was lost would be lost in the end. After entering the 4th floor, Zhuowen didn't stop at all. He directly walked towards the 5th floor. According to Huang Can, the core of the arcane tower was actually the last 3 floors, which were the 5th, 6th and 7th floors. When Zhuowen stepped onto the 5th floor, his body suddenly became sluggish. A strange gravity pressed down on his body, causing Zhuowen's waist to slightly bend and his knees to slowly bend. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his sleeves, mental energy gushed out from his Naiwan palace and formed an invisible force around his body, resisting the pressure that had mysteriously appeared on his body. At the same time, his body also slowly stood up. When Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 5th floor, his pupils suddenly shrank. Soon after, he was stunned on the spot. Chapter 1084. River diagram. Among the dozen or so figures, Zhuowen spotted 2 rather familiar figures. They were the 2 he had defeated on the 3rd floor, Bai Zai and Chen Xian. Bai Zai and Chen Xian also noticed Zhuowen walking up to the 5th floor. Their faces were somewhat gloomy, but they did not express anything. Instead, they remained in their original positions. Zhuowen's arrival also attracted the attention of the other people on the 5th floor, especially the green robe on Zhuowen's body, which caused many people to look at him strangely. However, Zhuowen did not hide his grade 5 mental energy aura. Although Zhuowen was only wearing a green robe, the other people on the 5th floor did not stop Zhuowen. The space on the 5th floor was very strange. It contained a trace of faintly discernible, powerful pressure. This pressure was not directed at the physical body, but at the mind. Feeling the pressure on his body, Zhuowen estimated that only a grade 5 Arcana master could withstand it. Moreover, he could move freely on the 5th floor. If a grade 4 Arcana master entered this space, it would definitely be difficult for him to move even a single step. It was even possible that his life would be in danger because of this terrifying pressure. A woo! A terrifying howl rang out from above the 5th floor, attracting Zhuowen's attention. Soon after, Zhuowen raised his head slightly and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Above this space was an empty space. It was like the night sky, illusory and suffused with a deep blue color. In this empty space, the illusory figure of a huge exotic beast constantly paced back and forth. This exotic beast had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Under its 4 hooves, a yellow river surged. Every time it stepped out, a long yellow river would be left behind in the empty space. It was a rather spectacular sight. Even more bizarre was that there was a strange pattern drawn on the back of this exotic beast. This pattern was a strange pattern formed by black and white dots following a strange trajectory. This is a dragon horse. Zhuowen could not help but mutter to himself as he looked at the exotic beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse that constantly paced back and forth in the sky. River diagram, Luo Book, Sage. Could it be that the pattern on the back of the dragon horse is the river diagram? The shock in Zhuowen's eyes became more and more intense. The legend of He Tu and Luo Shu was extremely famous on Earth before his time travel. Legend had it that during the Fuxi era, a dragon horse appeared from the Yellow River, carrying the river diagram on its back. A divine turtle appeared from the Luo River, carrying the Book of Luo on its back. The appearance of the river diagram and the Book of Luo represented the sign of the arrival of a saint. Now, Zhuowen saw the draconic horse carrying the river diagram on its back on the 5th floor of the arcane tower in the outer courtyard. Although the draconic horse was only a shadow, it still surprised Zhuowen. In his previous life, Zhuowen was particularly obsessed with China's ancient myths and legends. Among them, he was particularly fond of He Tu and Luo Shu. He had once specially studied He Tu and Luo Shu and had some understanding of the He Tu and Luo Shu's patterns. Looking at the river diagram on the back of the draconic horse, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the river diagram was actually incomplete. Although he did not know the reason, for Zhuowen who had studied He Tu and Luo Shu in his previous life, the river diagram did not look like the one on the back of the draconic horse. Moreover, most of the pressure in this space came from the draconic horse lying across the void. The draconic horse was in the category of mythical beasts. Although it was only a shadow, the pressure it emitted was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, one of the figures sitting cross-legged on the 5th floor slowly stood up. This person had a white face and sharp eyes. He should be around 25 years old. The mind power fluctuation emitted from the surface of his body was around the complete grade 5. This person was the only arcanist whose mind power had reached the complete grade 5 on the 5th floor. He was also the strongest person. Many people around looked at this person with a hint of awe. Is Lang Yao going to challenge the draconic horse again? The draconic horse is too strong. We are sitting at the lowest level and we can barely withstand the pressure of the draconic horse. Moreover, the closer we are to the draconic horse, the more terrifying the pressure is. It is difficult for a grade 5 arcanist to break through the draconic horse. Although Lang Yao's mind power is the only one who has reached the complete grade 5 among us, the hope of him breaking through the draconic horse is still very slim. After all, those geniuses in the past usually only managed to break through the draconic horse when their mind power reached grade 6. Suddenly, there were sounds of discussion around. Those arcanists who were sitting cross-legged on the ground opened their eyes and stared at Lang Yao, who stood up and walked out slowly. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. From the surrounding discussions, it seemed that one could enter the 6th floor after breaking through the draconic horse. Lang Yao came to the center of the 5th floor. He raised his head slightly and stared at the draconic horse above him. There was a deep solemnity in his eyes. Dang dang dang. A series of steady footsteps slowly resounded over this place. Lang Yao, who was about to take a step forward, suddenly paused. His eyes stared intently at the sky. The rest of the people in the space also raised their heads. Their eyes were fixed on the top of the dragon horse. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared on the back of the dragon horse. These 4 figures stepped on the void and slowly walked down. The crisp sound of their footsteps spread throughout the entire space. That is. Teacher. Zhuowen's eyes were also fixed on the sky. His attention was attracted by a blue figure. The blue figure was none other than Master Lan Miao, who had taken him in back then. At this moment, Master Lan Miao was chatting happily with 3 other old men who were about the same age as him. The atmosphere was harmonious. Needless to say, the remaining 3 should be the other 3 lineal disciples of Master Mu Feng. They were Master Tusida, Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong. The 4 masters had extremely high positions in the arcane tower. Everyone in the arcane tower knew the names of the 4 masters. Greetings to the 4 masters. When Grand Master Lan Miao and the other 3 finally descended, everyone on the 5th floor stood up and bowed to the 4 with great respect. At the same time, they also very orderly divided into 3 groups and arrived behind the other 3 grandmasters other than Grandmaster Lan Miao. Obviously, the arcanists on the 5th floor were also the disciples of these masters. Of course, Master Lan Miao was an exception. He did not accept any disciples previously because Master Lan Miao's standards were too high. Teacher. Lang Yao slowly walked in front of Master Tusita. He cupped his hands and said respectfully. Master Tusita placed his right hand on Lang Yao's shoulder. After pondering for a moment, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Lang Yao. Not bad. You have made a breakthrough during this period of time. I'm afraid that you have a high chance of passing the draconic horse this time. Lang Yao nodded his head and said seriously, Teacher, I have a 50% chance of passing. 50% chance. Good, good. You are really good. Master Tusita was stunned at first. Soon after, he laughed out loud and there was some pride in his eyes. The other three masters were surprised when they heard this. A 50% chance was an extremely high probability. If Lang Yao did not make any mistakes, he might really be able to pass the draconic horse stage. Tusita. You have really taken in a good disciple. If Lang Yao really passes the draconic horse stage this time, I'm afraid that there will be a fifth master on the 6th floor. Master Wukong said with some envy. Master Tian Yi's face was also filled with envy. He said, back then, you were more insightful. You actually took in Lang Yao as your disciple before he grew up. Now, we are really regretting it. Master Lan Miao's eyes flickered. He did not say anything and appeared to be rather quiet. This is also a fluke. At that time, I accidentally passed by the 3rd floor and took a fancy to Lang Yao. Lang Yao did not disappoint me. Master Tusita laughed heartily. There was a rich pride on his face. Lan Miao. I heard that you have also taken in a disciple. I wonder if you have brought your disciple here today. After calming down, Master Tusita suddenly looked at Lan Miao, who was silent, and asked. Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong also looked at Master Lan Miao. They both knew that Master Lan Miao had extremely high standards and would not easily take in a disciple. Now that he had taken in a disciple, this disciple must be extraordinary. I took him in 3 days ago. He is here now. Master Lan Miao smiled. He extended his right hand and waved at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. He took a step forward and came in front of Master Lan Miao. He nodded and said respectfully, Master. Master Tusita casually glanced at Zhuowen. Although Master Lan Miao was famous for his high standards, he did not think that Lan Miao could take in a disciple who was more monstrous than Lang Yao. Therefore, he was not very concerned. However, when his gaze finally landed on Zhuowen, the casual look in his eyes slowly disappeared. Soon after, it was replaced by a grave and deep expression. Grade 5. Complete realm. Master Tusita exclaimed. His face was slightly stiff. The expressions on Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong's faces were not any better. Their eyes were stiff. When they heard that Lan Miao had taken in a disciple, they had already guessed that Master Lan Miao's disciple should be around grade 5 lower realm. The highest should be around grade 5 upper realm. However, they never thought that Master Lan Miao's disciple would be a grade 5 complete realm. It should be known that disciples with such cultivation were not common in the arcane tower. There was only Lang Yao. Moreover, Lang Yao was also cultivated by Master Tusita with many resources. When did the arcane tower have a grade 5 complete realm disciple that the three of them did not know about? Ha! The three of you don't have to be surprised. Zhuowen is a new student this year. It's normal that you don't know about him. A smile finally appeared on Master Lan Miao's face. He's a new student this year. Master Tusita and the other two were stunned at first. Immediately, their eyes were filled with annoyance. Why didn't they meet Zhuowen earlier? If they had met him, they could have recruited such a genius in advance. Chapter 1085. Breaking the Dragon Horse, Teacher. What are the benefits of breaking through the dragon horse and reaching the 6th floor? Zhuowen suddenly asked with cupped hands. He had a feeling that the dragon horse pattern appearing in the sky above the 5th floor was not simple. It was definitely not just for others to admire. Perhaps there were some other benefits contained within. The corners of Grandmaster Lan Miao's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled. Of course there are benefits, but these benefits can only be enjoyed by 5th-tier arcanists. What do you mean? Zhuowen was a little confused. Grandmaster Lan Miao's words were a little confusing. If a 5th-tier arcanist can break through the dragon horse and reach the 6th floor, then his mental strength will skyrocket and immediately reach the 6th-tier initial success. Before Grandmaster Lan Miao could explain, Lang Yao, who was standing in front of Grandmaster Tusita, suddenly spoke. Lang Yao glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, then focused his gaze on the dragon horse treading on the yellow river. His eyes were filled with a fierce radiance. He wanted to climb on the dragon horse and reach the 6th floor, then use the power of the dragon horse to break through to the 6th-tier Arcana Master in one fell swoop. Zhuowen's gaze shifted from Lang Yao to Grandmaster Lan Miao and found that the latter also nodded lightly. He knew that Lang Yao's words were probably true. However, the pressure of the dragon horse is extremely strong. Even a 6th-tier initial success arcanist can barely endure it and reach the 6th floor. For those below the 6th tier, the difficulty is like climbing the heavens. For those below the 6th tier to successfully break through the dragon horse, the benefits obtained are enormous. For those above the 6th tier, they can only gain a trace of enlightenment. It is far from comparable to the benefits of a 5th-tier arcanist, Grandmaster Lan Miao added. Nodding, Zhuowen also understood the benefits of breaking through the dragon horse. In order to obtain the best benefits, one must break through as a 5th-tier arcanist. Once they passed, they would directly reach the 6th-tier initial success arcanist. If he were to attempt the dragon horse as a 6th-rank Arcana Master, the benefits would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. After all, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If he were to attempt the dragon horse as a 5th-rank Arcana Master, the risk he would have to bear was much greater than that of a 6th-rank Arcana Master. No wonder Grandmaster Lan Miao told him that he could reach the 6th grade in a short time. It turned out that it was mainly because of the dragon horse's power. However, Zhuowen was puzzled. Did Grandmaster Lan Miao really believe that he could smoothly pass the dragon horse's test and become a 6th grade Arcana Master? Lan Miao. Both our disciples are grade 5 great perfection. Why don't we have a competition to see whose disciple can ascend to the 6th floor? Grandmaster Tusita suddenly said as he looked at Grandmaster Lan Miao somewhat provocatively. Tushita. Aren't you making things difficult for Lan Miao? Although his disciple is also a grade 5 great perfection, he has never cultivated in the arcane tower and has never been taught by Lan Miao. I'm afraid his strength is still weaker than Lang Yao's, Master Tian Yi suddenly said. Yeah. Tushita, your way of doing things is a little unfair. Lang Yao is a disciple that you have carefully cultivated. The two are not comparable. Master Wukong also shook his head. Obviously, in the eyes of the two masters, Zhuowen was just a freshman. Although his mental strength was similar to Lang Yao's, he had not been carefully cultivated by Lan Miao. His strength was bound to be much weaker. Tushita shook his head and said, "Don't worry. The competition I'm talking about doesn't need any prizes. It's just a simple competition. After all, Zhuowen's mental strength has reached the grade 5 great perfection. He will definitely try the dragon horse. If he fails the first time, it will also lay a foundation for the future and increase the success rate." Hearing Grandmaster Tushita say so, Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong did not say anything. Since it was just a simple competition, there was indeed nothing to say. It was up to Lan Miao to agree. Grandmaster Lan Miao was extremely calm from the beginning to the end. He turned his head slightly and smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen. What do you think? Do you want to give it a try? The eyes of the other three masters also gathered on Zhuowen. Even Lang Yao, whose eyes fell on the dragon horse, looked at Zhuowen for the first time at this moment. A trace of provocation spread across his face. On the 5th floor, his cultivation was at the grade 5 great perfection. Now that there was finally another arcanist with the same cultivation as him, he naturally felt a sense of competition in his heart. Zhuowen's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, "Try. Why not? You have courage. Lan Miao, let's not talk about other things first. Your disciple's courage is extraordinary. Even if he fails the dragon horse this time, he still has a great chance to succeed in the future." Grandmaster Tushita could not help but praise. Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong also nodded. They were also quite approving of Zhuowen's plan to try the dragon horse. After all, this was the first time he came to the 5th floor. He had not adapted to everything yet, but he dared to directly try the dragon horse. It really required a certain amount of courage. Grandmaster Lan Miao also showed a rare smile and said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, I haven't given you your apprenticeship gift yet. I originally planned to give you a grade 5 origin array, but if you can pass the dragon horse this time, I will give you a grade 6 origin array. How about it?" As soon as he said this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master. I will do my best this time." Grandmaster Tushita and the other two masters looked at each other and showed a surprised expression. Grandmaster Lan Miao's courage was not small. He actually planned to use a grade 6 origin array as an apprenticeship gift. This thing was also quite precious to the three of them who were at the grade 6 great perfection. However, the three of them were only surprised for a moment and did not take it seriously because they did not believe that Zhuowen could really pass the dragon horse. After all, even Lang Yao only had a 50% chance, let alone Zhuowen. "Lang Yao, you go first. After all, this is Zhuowen's first time coming to the 5th level and he is not familiar with the dragon horse. You go first and you can give him a demonstration." Grandmaster Tushita said with a laugh. Lang Yao nodded and did not say anything else. He suddenly stepped out in the void and a surge of mental strength gushed out from his Naiwan palace, forming a mental step under his feet. The ground is 99 feet away from the dragon horse. You can only reach the dragon horse by stepping on 99 mental steps in the void. The most important step is the 100th step. If you can step on the dragon horse's back on the 100th step, you will be able to enter the 6th level. At that time, you will be baptized by the power of the dragon horse. Step by step, Lang Yao's clear voice resounded in the void. Zhuowen knew that Lang Yao's words were meant for him. Everyone on the 5th level lifted their heads to look at Lang Yao's figure. Their eyes were filled with respect. The mental energy that Lang Yao had displayed today was much stronger than before. Perhaps, Lang Yao might really be able to step on the dragon horse's back and successfully ascend to the 6th level. Stomp. Stomp. Finally, when Lang Yao took his 50th step, his speed started to slow down. It was obvious that the dragon horse's aura at the 50th step had become terrifying. However, Lang Yao only paused for a moment before he stepped out resolutely and continued to climb upwards. Looking at the scene, Grandmaster Tushita smiled. Lang Yao had indeed improved a lot compared to the previous time. He still remembered that Lang Yao paused for 5 breaths of time at the 50th step. However, he only paused for a moment this time. Stomp. 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 Lang Yao has improved a lot. This time, he only paused for 5 breaths of time at the 80th step. Looks like it's really possible for him to reach the 6th level. Grandmaster Tian Yi and Grandmaster Wukong looked at each other and couldn't help but murmur. On the other hand, the remaining arcanists on the 5th level were in an uproar. It was obvious that Lang Yao's ability to cross the threshold of the 80th step in such a short period of time was out of everyone's expectations. He's moving towards the 90th step. Grandmaster Tushita's smile grew wider. When Lang Yao finally stepped onto the 90th step, the smile on Grandmaster Tushita's face was as wide as a blooming chrysanthemum. Zhuowen. The last 10 steps are the 10 steps with the strongest pressure, and the last step is the most difficult and crucial step. When the time comes, just be careful. Grandmaster Lan Miao's eyes flashed as he spoke to Zhuowen beside him. Teacher. I got it, Zhuowen nodded and said seriously. After taking the 90th step, Lang Yao's speed had completely decreased. Compared to before, he was as slow as an old bull pulling a cart. Lang Yao's face turned from red to pale. His forehead was covered in sweat and his chest was heaving up and down rapidly. Stomp. 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 Lang Yao was panting and he knelt down on the 96th step. His loose green robe was already stuck to his back due to the large amount of sweat he had. Seems like Lang Yao has reached his limit. However, reaching the 96th step is already a great result. After all, he only reached the 80th step the last time, Grandmaster Tian Yi said as he shook his head. Grandmaster Tusita frowned and sighed softly. He knew that it wasn't easy to break through the dragon horse's oppression. Although he was disappointed that Lang Yao couldn't break through, it was already an excellent result for Lang Yao to reach the 96th step. Stomp. Stomp. Chapter 1086. 90 steps. Of course, this depressing atmosphere only lasted for a moment before it was covered by an uproar. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Lang Yao, who had already reached the 99th step. He has reached the 99th step. He is only one step away from the spine of the dragon horse. Lang Yao is really good. Grandmaster Tusita's eyes flickered as he involuntarily laughed out loud. Grandmaster Tian Yi, Grandmaster Wukong and Grandmaster Lan Miao also revealed a change in expression. Clearly, they did not expect Lang Yao, who was originally at the end of his rope, to suddenly erupt and take 3 consecutive steps. Zhuowen's eyes also revealed an interested expression. This Lang Yao was indeed very strong. He was actually able to reach the front of the dragon horse. However, Grandmaster Lan Miao had said that the last step was the most crucial and also the most difficult step. He wondered how Lang Yao would take it. Awu. In the sky, the huge illusory dragon horse also noticed Lang Yao, who was close to it. It roared furiously and its front hooves suddenly stepped forward. Immediately, a huge yellow river surged out and rushed towards Lang Yao. This yellow river was formed by mental energy. It contained destructive mental energy and its power was extremely terrifying. Lang Yao's expression changed slightly as he cried out loudly. He raised both of his hands and the mental energy in his Naiwan palace was released without any restraint in order to block the yellow river that was rushing towards him. Boom boom boom. The yellow river was like a galloping wild horse. It arrived in an instant and wrapped around Lang Yao's entire body. Immediately, a muffled groan was emitted. Immediately, a somewhat miserable figure flew out from the yellow river and fell downwards. He failed. Sighs sounded from the surroundings as they watched the figure fall. They knew that Lang Yao had ultimately failed to pass the last step and reach the spine of the dragon horse. Grandmaster Tusita's eyes revealed a disappointed expression. With a shake of his sleeve, a frightening mental energy rushed out. Like a gentle breeze, it gently wrapped around Lang Yao's falling body and brought him to his side. At this moment, Lang Yao's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked quite ferocious. Once Grandmaster Tusita put him down, Lang Yao knelt on the ground and began to pant intensely. Teacher. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Standing up slowly, Lang Yao looked a little ashamed and his voice became a little hoarse. Grandmaster Tusita waved his hand and said, Don't blame yourself. Lang Yao, your improvement is obvious to all. Last time, you reached the 80th step but this time, you were able to reach the 99th step. I think that if you were to settle down for a period of time, entering the 6th level is just around the corner. Tushita is right. It's already commendable that a level 5 great perfection can reach the 99th step. You should know that the 4 of us relied on level 6 small success to barely reach the 6th level. When we were at level 5 great perfection, none of us exceeded the 90th step. You reaching the 99th step is already very good. Great Master Tian-Yi and Great Master Wukong also smiled and agreed. Great Master Lan Miao also nodded, clearly agreeing with Great Master Tian-Yi and Great Master Wukong. Lang Yao nodded. The self-blame in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by determination. Next time, he would definitely ascend to the 6th level. Since Lang Yao has finished, it's Zhuowen's turn next. Grand Master Tusida could not help but look at Zhuowen and said. Zhuowen. Are you ready? Great Master Lan Miao suddenly smiled. I'm ready. Zhuowen nodded and stepped out, walking towards the center of the 5th level. The center position corresponded to the spine of the dragon horse shadow. This boy is Great Master Lan Miao's new disciple. Is he also planning to challenge the dragon horse? It seems so. From Great Master Lan Miao's words just now, this boy seems to be this year's freshman and his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. He's just a freshman and his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. This boy is not simple. But after all, he's a freshman and there's still a big gap between him and Lang Yao. Even Lang Yao couldn't pass the dragon horse, this boy can forget about passing it. Looking at Zhuowen's action, more than 10 arcanists on the 5th level began to discuss and whisper. Most of them had a strange look in their eyes. Great Master Lan Miao. The disciple you've accepted this time is a good seedling. He's a few years younger than Lang Yao, but his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. This is his first time challenging the dragon horse. It's not bad to be able to pass 50 steps. It's not bad to accumulate experience for the next challenge. Great Master Tusida smiled faintly. Tusida is right. It's not bad to be able to pass 50 steps for the first time. If Zhuowen can really reach such a height, you can guide and train him well. Maybe he can really enter the 6th level. Great Master Tian-Yi and Great Master Wukong also echoed. Great Master Lan Miao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said, maybe. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuowen stood in the center position. He raised his head slightly and stared at the dragon horse shadow in the sky. His eyes were calm and there were no other emotions. Boom! A thunder-like sound was heard. Zhuowen stepped out of the void. The powerful mind power of his mud pill palace gushed out and formed a mind step under his feet. Then, Zhuowen stepped on it. This pressure is really strong. It's just the first step and it's already so oppressive. Zhuowen frowned slightly. When he took the first step, he felt his body sink. It was as if the gravity acting on his body had increased by several times. After getting used to the pressure, Zhuowen took another step. He walked very steadily. Although his speed was not as fast as Lang Yao's, it was very stable. Every step was very solid and heavy. Dang dang dang. Step by step, Zhuowen finally took 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, 40 steps. When he reached the 50th step, Zhuowen stopped. The pressure at the 50th step was much stronger than before. It was as if there was a qualitative change. No wonder Lang Yao would stop here for a while. It turns out that the pressure here has undergone a qualitative change. Zhuowen stopped and muttered softly. He has reached the 50th step. This should be Zhuowen's limit. Master Tusida said confidently. He also knew that after the 50th step, the pressure would undergo a qualitative change. In addition to the fact that Zhuowen had stopped here, he was certain that Zhuowen had reached his limit. That might not be the case. Master Lan Miao suddenly laughed. Oh. Lan Miao, you seem to be very confident. The pressure after the 50th step is usually quite oppressive for a newbie who is challenging the Dragon Horse Challenge for the first time. Master Tusada said in surprise. Let's continue watching. Master Lan Miao said and did not say anything else. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen who was in the sky. Lang Yao's gaze also fell on Zhuowen. However, he did not linger on the latter for too long. This was because he knew that Zhuowen would definitely not be able to reach the height record that he had just set. After looking away, Lang Yao sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently repair the damage caused by the Yellow River. Stomp. Zhuowen took a step forward. When he reached the 51st step, the surrounding pressure came crashing down like a hurricane. It was as if it wanted to kill Zhuowen completely. Break! Zhuowen snorted coldly. He did not stop there. He stomped heavily on the 51st step and continued to climb up the steps. His speed was still stable and uniform. He passed it. Master Tusada frowned slightly and muttered in surprise. However, he did not take it to heart. It was only the 50th step and there was still a huge gap between him and Lang Yao. Stomp. 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 Zhuowen continued to climb up step by step. The 60th step, 70th step, 80th step. When he reached the 90th step, Zhuowen's figure stopped again. Along with Zhuowen's footsteps, the breathing of the crowd below also stopped. Everyone held their breaths and stared blankly at the figure standing on the 90th step. Some of them even began to criticize in their hearts. It was really his first time challenging the Dragon Horse Challenge. How could he reach the 90th step? It was really unbelievable. Master Tusada's face stiffened and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He did not expect Zhuowen to surpass the 50th step and reach the 90th step in his first attempt at the Dragon Horse Challenge. His result was many times more dazzling than Lang Yao's. He clearly remembered that when Lang Yao challenged the Dragon Horse Challenge for the first time, he stopped at the 50th step. The second time, it was the 80th step and the third time, it was the 99th step. Lang Yao, who was originally seated cross-legged on the ground, also vaguely sensed the strange atmosphere around him. He slowly opened his eyes, lifted his gaze and looked at Zhuowen's figure above. His entire body was startled when he saw Zhuowen standing on the 90th step. He suddenly stood up and stared intently at Zhuowen. Reaching the 90th step for the first time. Lang Yao muttered in disbelief. Zhuowen's result was much better than his first attempt. At that moment, Zhuowen was quietly standing on the 90th step. He was like a boulder, not moving at all. The crowd below were also staring at the sky. They all wanted to see if Zhuowen would be able to take another step. Seems like he has reached his limit. Looking at Zhuowen, who did not move for a long time, Lang Yao let out a sigh of relief and sat down again. However, he did not close his eyes to meditate. He was still worried about Zhuowen and his attention was still on Zhuowen. This should be the end, Master Tusada said with a smile. Boom! A thunder-like sound resounded. Then, the originally motionless figure moved again. Zhuowen took a step forward and landed on the 91st step. Then, he continued to take steps until he reached the 99th step. He faced the dragon horse in the sky. Chapter 1087. The spine of the dragon horse. Zhuowen, a new student of this year, had reached the 99th step in his first attempt at the Dragon Horse Challenge. He had reached the height that Lang Yao had reached 3 times. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Zhuowen would be able to reach such a height. This was an outcome that no one had expected. 99th step. Master Tusada came back to his senses. His right hand was trembling slightly, showing that he was not calm. Lang Yao also stood up and stared at Zhuowen's back. The shock in his heart could only be described as turbulent waves. Even his heart had begun to tremble. He had reached the height after 3 attempts, but Zhuowen had reached it in 1 attempt. The gap was not small. Zhuowen stood silently on the 99th step with his brows knit together slightly, and his countenance was slightly ghastly pale. Earlier, he'd taken 9 steps in one go, and even he felt suffocated in his chest and had a splitting headache, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. This kid is really amazing to be able to reach the 99th step. Lan Miao, you have accepted a good disciple. Although he failed this time, he might be able to reach the 6th level on his 2nd attempt. Master Tusida sighed softly and looked at Master Lan Miao. Master Tusida was also envious of Master Lan Miao's luck to be able to accept such a talented disciple like Zhuowen. He sighed in his heart. Why didn't he have such good luck? Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong had similar reactions. Their eyes were filled with envy. It was already good enough for Master Tusida to accept a genius like Lang Yao. Now, Master Lan Miao had accepted a genius who was even more talented than Lang Yao. Master Lan Miao smiled faintly and said, perhaps Zhuowen can create a miracle. As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of the 3 masters constricted slightly. Among them, Master Tusida frowned slightly and said, Lan Miao. Are you saying that this kid can climb the dragon horse's back on his 1st attempt? Why? Do you think it's impossible? Master Lan Miao asked. Master Tusida and the other 2 smiled embarrassedly. There was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Being able to reach the 99th step on his 1st attempt was enough to shock them. As for the dragon horse's back, it was basically impossible. Whoa! The moment he reached the 99th step, the dragon horse shadow in the void roared angrily again. It stomped its front hooves and an extremely terrifying yellow river gushed out violently, sweeping towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood tall and looked at the surging yellow river. His gaze was extremely solemn. The power of the yellow river was extremely terrifying. Previously, Lang Yao had failed under the impact of the yellow river and fell into the void. We have to stop this yellow river. Zhuowen took in a deep breath as an extremely rich glow erupted from his eyes. Soon after, he began to circulate the 10,000 expansion scripture within his body. The mental energy within his Naiwan palace actually gushed out in countless strands. Every strand was comparable to a perfect grade 5 arcana master. The 10,000 expansion scripture was a powerful secret spirit technique that could split one's mental energy into nearly 10,000 strands. Moreover, every strand was comparable to the mental energy of an arcana master of the same level. It was an extremely powerful secret spirit technique. Up till now, Zhuowen had already split the mental energy within his Naiwan palace into nearly 1,000 strands. His mental energy was much more powerful than an arcana master of the same level. In a sense, he was much more powerful than Lang Yao. Zhuowen is going to lose. Lang Yao shook his head and muttered softly. He was well aware of how terrifying the yellow river beneath the dragon horse's feet was. Back then, even though he had given it his all, he was still defeated by its power. Although he was slightly shocked that Zhuowen could also reach the 99th step, he did not think that Zhuowen was much stronger than him. At most, Zhuowen was on par with him. Even he could not withstand the power of the yellow river, let alone Zhuowen. The others also shook their heads. Everyone had experienced the terror of the yellow river when Lang Yao was charging through the dragon horse. Now that Zhuowen was facing it again, they were afraid that he would not fare any better than Lang Yao. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Zhuowen, the yellow river had already arrived in front of Zhuowen and submerged him in an instant. The moment the yellow river submerged Zhuowen, everyone revealed an expression that they had expected it. Obviously, everyone thought that Zhuowen would not have a chance to turn the tables under the power of the yellow river. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Zhuowen would fall from the yellow river, the yellow river above him suddenly started to churn. Then, countless amounts of yellow river water flew out and the terrifying yellow river was annihilated into countless fine powder. Then, a tall and straight figure was revealed. At that moment, Zhuowen was enveloped by nearly 1,000 strands of mental energy. He suddenly stepped out into the void. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were indifferent. Then, under everyone's gaze, he took a step and stepped on the dragon horse's spine. A woo! The dragon horse roared angrily and twisted its body in the void. It wanted to use the twisting force to get rid of Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen was like a sticky candy. He stuck to the dragon horse's back so tightly that it could not get rid of him. Hiss! 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 Looking at this scene, everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhuowen had actually climbed onto the dragon horse's spine. Moreover, looking at his performance, it seemed like he did not find it particularly difficult. Ha! Tusita, I've said it before. Zhuowen might be able to create a miracle. Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly laughed. Moreover, he laughed quite happily. Although he had high hopes for Zhuowen before, he was still a little uncertain in his heart. But now, the uncertainty in his heart had completely disappeared because Zhuowen had finally climbed onto the dragon horse's spine. Grandmaster Tusita and the other two opened their mouths but did not know what to say. Only the lingering shock in their eyes remained. On the other hand, Lang Yao, who was standing beside Grandmaster Tusita, was stunned on the spot. His lips trembled slightly, showing the turbulent emotions in his heart. In the void, Zhuowen stood firmly on the dragon horse. He realized that the dragon horse's spine was only a step away from the 6th level. Currently, he only needed to take a step forward to reach the 6th level. However, he did not do so. Instead, he stood quietly on the dragon horse's spine and stared at the strange pattern that was formed by the black and white dots on the spine. It is indeed the river diagram. However, it is incomplete and not complete. Zhuowen muttered softly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. I wonder what will happen if I complete the river diagram. With this thought, Zhuowen could not help but stretch out his right hand. Surging mental strength gathered on his right hand as he gently began to fill in the missing parts of the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine. What's wrong with Zhuowen? Why hasn't he entered the 6th level? Grandmaster Lan Miao muttered to himself in confusion as he looked at the figure that was still on the dragon horse's spine. The rest of the people also had strange expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not understand Zhuowen's actions. This kid is drawing on the dragon horse's spine. What is this kid trying to do? The pattern on the dragon horse's spine was personally drawn by Grandmaster Mu Feng. This kid dares to change it without permission. This is really disgraceful. Grandmaster Tusita was stunned at first, but soon after, his eyes revealed a trace of shock and anger. He stomped his foot and rushed toward Zhuowen. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wukong were both shocked and furious. They followed behind Great Master Tusita and flew into the air. Only Great Master Lan Miao frowned. With a shake of his sleeve, he blocked Great Master Tusita and the other two. Lan Miao. What are you trying to do? This kid is doing a disgraceful thing. You want to protect him? Grandmaster Tusita glared at Grandmaster Lan Miao in front of him and said coldly. Grandmaster Lan Miao shook his head and said, It's not that I want to protect him, but Zhuowen might be supplementing the pattern on the dragon horse. When Grandmaster Mu Feng built the arcane tower, he built the dragon horse's shadow between the 5th and 6th levels. At that time, he lamented that he was unable to draw the complete dragon horse pattern. In other words, the pattern on the dragon horse's spine was incomplete at that time. Zhuowen's actions should be to complete this incomplete pattern. Grandmaster Tusita was stunned at first, but soon after, he sneered and said, The pattern on the dragon horse's spine is indeed incomplete. I know this, but Lan Miao, aren't you trusting this kid too much? Amir Jr. can complete the pattern that Grandmaster Mu Feng was unable to draw. Aren't you joking? That's right. Lan Miao, although this Zhuowen is your disciple, you can't protect him like this. The dragon horse diagram was drawn by Master Mu Feng. If this Zhuowen messes around and changes it, we won't be able to bear the consequences if Master Mu Feng blames us. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wukong both agreed. Grandmaster Lan Miao's eyes darkened. The cultivation of Grandmaster Tusida and the other two was not much different from his. If the three of them attacked together, he could not stop them alone. In fact, he also felt a little depressed about Zhuowen's abrupt actions, but he believed that Zhuowen was not a reckless person, so he chose to believe in Zhuowen at the first moment and intercepted Grandmaster Tusida and the other two. Tian Yi, Wukong. The two of you stop Lan Miao. I'll go stop Zhuowen. We can't let him destroy the dragon horse pattern at will. Grandmaster Tusida said to the two grandmasters behind him. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept towards Zhuowen like a gust of wind. Grandmaster Lan Miao wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Grandmaster Tian Yi and Grandmaster Wukong. Lan Miao. You'd better not meddle in this matter. After all, this Zhuowen is too bold. He actually dares to tamper with the dragon horse pattern. He's simply too audacious. At this moment, Lang Yao and the others on the open space also reacted. They all stared at Zhuowen, who was constantly drawing the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine with a strange look. Is this Zhuowen courting death? How dare he touch the dragon horse pattern? Lang Yao shook his head with a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 1088. Stripping the river diagram, Zhuowen. Are you still not going to stop? How can you tamper with the diagram on the back of the dragon horse as you wish? Master Tushita roared at Zhuowen as he dashed over like a gust of wind. Zhuowen also noticed Master Tushita, who was dashing over. However, he ignored him. He was about to complete the river diagram on the back of the dragon horse. How could he have the time to bother with Master Tushita? Master Tushita's face darkened as he looked at Zhuowen, who was still focused on drawing the river diagram. He increased his speed and arrived in front of the dragon horse in 5 breaths' time. Stop! Master Tushita pressed his right palm down as he spoke. Terrifying mental energy came crashing down and turned into a giant palm that grabbed Zhuowen's waist in an attempt to take him away. Done! Just as the mental energy palm was about to reach Zhuowen's back, Zhuowen finally completed the drawing of the river diagram. The dragon horse, which was struggling non-stop, suddenly calmed down. Following that, a pressure that was much more terrifying than before gushed out. This pressure was much more terrifying than the one on the dragon horse. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. In an instant, more than 10 arcanists on the 5th level bent their knees and trembled under this terrifying pressure. What's going on? How did the dragon horse's aura become so terrifying? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Soon, they attributed this phenomenon to Zhuowen. After all, it was Zhuowen who had drawn the diagram on the back of the dragon horse that caused the pressure to suddenly become so terrifying. Boom! At the same time, Master Tushita's mental energy palm was crushed by the sudden increase in pressure when it reached the dragon horse. Terrifying yellow river water swept out from the void and blasted toward Master Tushita. Thud thud thud. Grandmaster Tusida's expression changed slightly. His feet hit the air and he took dozens of steps back. He looked at Zhuowen with a grave expression. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing quietly on the dragon horse. The originally violent dragon horse also seemed to have calmed down, as if it had submitted to Zhuowen. Such a scene immediately made the hearts of the crowd twitch violently. The usually wild and unruly dragon horse had actually revealed such a tamed expression today. This was something that everyone found hard to believe. Master Tusita took a few steps back, but he didn't dare get too close to the dragon horse. The dragon horse's power was far greater than it had been before. Master Tusita couldn't even get close to it. He had no idea what Shuowen had done to the dragon horse. When the river diagram was finally completed, a purple-robed figure silently sitting cross-legged on the 7th floor of the arcane tower slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of surprise in his purple eyes. The 7th floor was a space of its own. It was surrounded by a void where the sun, moon, and stars were constantly streaking across the void. It was a spectacular and beautiful scene. The purple-robed figure slowly stood up. His purple eyes were deep and distant. He was a middle-aged man with purple hair. There were 2 purple earrings on his ears, which made him look rather strange. The river diagram has been completed by someone. The calm voice was mixed with a hint of surprise and bewilderment. I have to go to the 5th floor to take a look. I'm really surprised that someone could complete the river diagram. As he spoke, the purple-robed figure took a step in the air and disappeared from this strange empty space. What did you do? Master Tushita asked with an ugly expression on his face. He was dozens of meters in front of the dragon horse on the 5th floor. Zhuowen did not answer. His gaze was solemn as he quietly looked down at the complete river diagram under his feet. He muttered in a low voice, "Does this river diagram have anything to do with the Supreme Dragon Cauldron?" Just now, after Zhuowen completed the river diagram, a mysterious power erupted from the river diagram. Then, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the Supreme Dragon Cauldron lying quietly in his sea of consciousness had undergone a slight change. Boy! The Supreme Dragon Cauldron in your sea of consciousness is quite mysterious. Perhaps it really does have something to do with the river diagram on the dragon horse. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. Let me take it out and try. Zhuowen nodded. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and took out the broken jade cauldron. Back then, Xiao Hei had said that the cauldron was called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. In fact, Zhuowen did not agree at all. This was because this jade cauldron was brought by Zhuowen from Earth. Although Zhuowen did not believe in gods and Buddhas on Earth and thought that they were illusory, Zhuowen in his previous life also thought the same. However, when the jade cauldron brought him to this strange world, Zhuowen finally understood that there were gods and Buddhas in this world. In addition, there were many records and legends about ancient gods and Buddhas on Earth. Zhuowen knew that the ancient era of Earth might have been an era where martial arts were extremely prosperous. However, for some reason, martial arts gradually declined and eventually evolved into an era of science and technology that did not believe in gods and Buddhas. The river diagram, the Luo book, and the sage. This was the record of ancient Wuxia, and this record pointed to Fuxi. Fuxi had a pivotal position in the Wuxia civilization. He was the head of the 3 sovereigns and the ancestor of humanity. The dragon horse carried the river diagram and the divine turtle came out of the Luo book. This was the sign of the birth of Saint Fuxi. Now, Zhuowen saw the shadow of the dragon horse in this arcane tower and carved the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine. This river diagram had a trace of connection with the broken jade cauldron. Could it be that this jade cauldron is related to Fuxi? Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he muttered in a low voice. Buzz! The moment the broken jade cauldron appeared on the dragon horse's spine, the dragon horse suddenly whined and knelt down on all fours. It trembled and there was a trace of sorrow in its eyes. At the same time, Zhuowen keenly noticed that the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine began to slowly peel off. Then, with a whoosh, it was engraved on the broken jade cauldron. This is, when the river diagram was finally engraved on the jade cauldron, Zhuowen's pupils slightly shrank as he discovered that the originally damaged jade cauldron was actually slowly recovering. The dim luster on its surface actually once again emitted a terrifying luster. The jade cauldron is recovering. Xiao Hei's voice rang out again. Her voice was also filled with a trace of surprise. In the past, the dragon turtle came out of the river diagram, the book of Luo came out of the Luo book, and the earth came out of the Chenghuang. Today, the three auspicious ones have not appeared. It's sad and lamentable. A sigh slowly sounded from the jade cauldron and entered Zhuowen's mind. What are the three auspicious ones? Could the river diagram and the book of Luo be two of the three auspicious ones? Then what is this Chenghuang that comes out of the Chenghuang? Could it be the last of the three auspicious ones? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he pondered the deeper meaning of this sentence. Xiao He. Is this jade cauldron really called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron? Did you just say it casually back then? Zhuowen felt more and more that this jade cauldron was not ordinary. Suddenly, he asked Xiao He. Xiao He was startled. Immediately after, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "This dragon lord came up with the name of this Supreme Dragon Cauldron. After all, this jade cauldron does indeed have the power to suppress the dragon clan. If it's not called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, then what is it called?" Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but be speechless. It turned out that Xiao He did not even know the name of this jade cauldron. This deceitful dog Xiao He was really unreliable. After absorbing the river diagram, this jade cauldron has recovered quite a bit. Even its power has become much stronger. Zhuowen acutely sensed that the aura of this jade cauldron was much stronger. Moreover, he also discovered that the river diagram engraved on the cauldron could be stripped off and formed into a mysterious formation. This river diagram should be a formation. Moreover, it should be an extremely powerful formation. However, maintaining this river diagram formation requires an extremely large amount of mental strength. Xiao He suddenly said to Zhuowen solemnly. Zhuowen nodded. He also sensed that the river diagram absorbed into the jade cauldron was a powerful formation. However, as for how to release it, Zhuowen still needed to slowly comprehend it. Oh! After losing the river diagram, the dragon horse became somewhat dispirited. The pressure on its body also decreased sharply. It was much weaker than before. Swoosh! 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 The four masters, Tushita, Lan Miao, Tian Yi, and Wukong, all came near the dragon horse. Their gazes were grave as they looked at the dispirited dragon horse and the river diagram that had been stripped off the dragon horse's spine. Their gazes were somewhat unsightly. Zhuowen. You took away the pattern on the dragon horse's spine? Master Lan Miao said with a frown. This dragon horse was created by Mu Feng. It was extremely useful to the arcane tower. However, Zhuowen had actually stripped the pattern from the dragon horse, causing its aura to become so dispirited. Even Master Lan Miao was somewhat displeased, let alone Master Tushita and the other two masters. Teacher. The pattern on the dragon horse's spine is called the river diagram. It has a slight connection with my armor soul. That's why I took the risk to absorb it. As Zhuowen spoke, he took out the jade cauldron and showed the river diagram on the cauldron to Master Lan Miao and the others. Master Lan Miao and the other three masters were 6th grade Great Perfection Arcana masters. If they really wanted to deal with Zhuowen, Zhuowen knew that he was definitely not their opponent. The best way now was to confess. Master Lan Miao was startled. He also didn't expect that the pattern on the dragon horse's spine was actually related to Zhuowen's armor soul. No wonder this boy could successfully draw the pattern on the dragon horse's spine. This won't do. This is something that teacher Mu Feng drew. It's also a test for the 5th floor to the 6th floor. Now that you've stripped it away, what will happen to the 5th floor's test in the future? Master Tushita said with some displeasure. I think you'd better hand over the river diagram and redraw it on the dragon horse's spine. Otherwise, if this matter reaches teacher Mu Feng's ears, you will be severely punished. Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong also echoed. Zhuowen's gaze was gloomy as he looked at Master Lan Miao. After all, Master Lan Miao was his teacher and also Mu Feng's personal disciple. He should be able to help him. The three of you. Can you make an exception? Regarding this river diagram, I will personally apologize to teacher Mu Feng. When the time comes, Master Lan Miao is willing to accept any punishment. As long as the three of you don't make things difficult for Zhuowen, it's fine. Master Lan Miao bowed deeply to Master Tushita and the other two masters as he pleaded. Chapter 1089. Grandmaster Mu Feng. Grandmaster Tushita and the other two looked at Grandmaster Lan Miao in surprise. They did not expect Grandmaster Lan Miao to go to such lengths for Zhuowen. Lan Miao, I still feel that this matter is inappropriate. Why don't we ask Zhuowen to hand over the river diagram first and let Grandmaster Mu Feng make the decision? Grandmaster Tushita said hesitantly. Swoosh! During this stalemate, the sound of something rushing through the air rang out. Subsequently, a purple-robed figure slowly descended from the 6th level. This figure was extremely imposing. His purple eyes contained a strange luster. An indistinct pressure surged from his body. It was as vast as a 10,000-foot-tall mountain, causing a trace of respect to involuntarily arise in the hearts of those who saw it. Is that Grandmaster Mu Feng? I did not expect Grandmaster Mu Feng to descend to the 5th level. How rare. Everyone on the 5th level also saw the imposing purple figure descending. Their eyes were filled with surprise. The mysterious Grandmaster Mu Feng had actually descended to the 5th level. Clearly, this was out of everyone's expectations. Greetings, teacher. Grandmaster Lan Miao, Tushita, Tian Yi, and Wukong respectfully cupped their hands and bowed to the purple-robed figure before them. The purple-robed man's identity was obvious. Grandmaster Mu Feng. Zhuowen's gaze gathered on the purple-robed figure. Especially when he felt the faint aura from the purple-robed man, his heart palpitated slightly. Mu Feng was a grade 7 arcane heavenly master. His power was extremely terrifying. Even the outer court dean had to be polite to him. It was no wonder that the aura he emitted could cause Zhuowen's heart to palpitate. Mu Feng nodded to Lan Miao and the other three. Then, his gaze involuntarily landed on Zhuowen, who was standing on the dragon horse's back. He said indifferently, the river diagram on the dragon horse's back was completely drawn by you? It was unintentionally drawn by a junior. There was a trace of luck involved in it. Zhuowen said respectfully. He did not dare to offend such an existence. He could only be polite. Teacher. This child just said that the river diagram on the dragon horse's back is related to his armor soul. That is why he was able to draw the complete river diagram in detail, Grandmaster Tushita said respectfully as he came to Mu Feng's side. Oh. Is it related to your armor soul? Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen to furrow his brows. The expression in Mu Feng's eyes was somewhat strange, as though he had found something he was looking for. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Zhuowen still nodded and said, that is indeed the case. The river diagram on the back of the dragon horse is indeed related to the armor soul on my body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to complete the river diagram by myself. I see. Can you take out your soul armor and let me take a look at it? Mu Feng opened his mouth once again. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as a look of hesitation appeared on his face. The Jade Cauldron soul armor was extremely mysterious. If he were to allow Mu Feng to inspect it carefully, he didn't know if Mu Feng would discover anything. Don't worry. Armor souls are innate powers. I won't do anything to your armor soul. I'm only interested to see what kind of armor soul is capable of subduing the river diagram. Mu Feng spoke again, his purple eyes as deep as the endless abyss. Zhuowen. Don't worry. I'm an arcane heavenly master. I won't covet something that belongs to a mere junior like you. Don't worry and let me take a look. Grandmaster Tusita hurriedly added. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he turned his head to look at Grandmaster Lan Miao, only to see the latter nod his head. Zhuowen didn't refuse. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the jade cauldron and tossed it to Mu Feng. With a wave of his sleeve, Mu Feng caught the jade cauldron in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the river diagram on the surface of the jade cauldron. It's actually able to absorb the tracks of the river diagram. Your jade cauldron soul armor is quite extraordinary. Mu Feng silently inspected the jade cauldron in his hand. His gaze was basically focused on the river diagram on the cauldron, causing him to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. What's your name? Suddenly, Mu Feng asked with a smile. Zhuowen. Zhuowen calmly replied. Mu Feng nodded his head and continued, Zhuowen. Do you know that the river diagram was originally a type of array? I obtained this array from an ancient ruin in the Sea of Bitterness. However, it's a pity that it was incomplete. Therefore, I memorized it and drew it out when I was constructing this arcane art tower. However, you were able to complete the drawing of the river diagram. Furthermore, you allowed the river diagram to attach itself to your jade cauldron soul armor. This means that there's some fate between you and the river diagram. Today, I'll teach you the method to use the river diagram. Watch carefully. As he spoke, Mu Feng's right hand formed a sword finger and tapped it on the surface of the jade cauldron. Instantly, a wave of mental energy gushed out. Furthermore, Zhuowen's sharp senses allowed him to discover that the wave of mental energy that Mu Feng had sent out was slowly rotating in a clockwise manner, in accordance with the strangeness of the river diagram. Sit in the north and face the south. Left to the east, right to the west. Water gives birth to wood, wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. This is the left-hand rotation of the 5 elements. The center doesn't move. 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are the left-hand rotation of the yang numbers. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 are the left-hand rotation of the yin numbers. All of them are rotating in a clockwise manner, representing the mutual generation of the 5 elements and all living things. There's a left-hand rotation principle within the river diagram. By using this principle, you'll be able to unleash the might of the river diagram. Mu Feng's voice resounded like muffled thunder within Zhuowen's mind. In the next instant, the river diagram on the jade cauldron's body blossomed with extremely dazzling black and white brilliance. In the next instant, black and white circular dots gushed out from the river diagram, transforming into strange trajectories in the air. In the next instant, they formed a gigantic river diagram in the air. In the next instant, Zhuowen could clearly sense that the area within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers had actually been completely enveloped by the power of the river diagram. This power was soundless and undetectable, and was actually slowly blocking his 5 senses. His vision, hearing, touch, and smell were actually slowly weakening. In the end, Zhuowen had sunk into an endless darkness, as though he had been completely isolated from the outside world. Zhuowen didn't know how long he had sunk into this state. When his 5 senses had recovered, he discovered that the people around him were also in a state of confusion. Clearly, everyone had also sunk into that strange environment like him. Mu Feng slowly lifted the jade cauldron, while the river diagram in the air had already been retracted into the body of the cauldron. Clearly, the river diagram array had already been removed by him. You can go back and properly comprehend this array. It'll be of great help to you in the future. Mu Feng gave a soft laugh. With a wave of his right hand, he tossed the jade cauldron back to Zhuowen. The latter received the jade cauldron in a daze, while shock and astonishment still filled his eyes. This river diagram array was actually able to block off a cultivator's 5 senses, causing them to enter a deep state of unconsciousness. This array was extremely powerful and strange, as it could unknowingly block off the other party's 5 senses, causing them to enter a state where they were completely powerless to resist. However, Zhuowen also knew that the reason why the river diagram array was so powerful was because it was in Mu Feng's hands. After all, Mu Feng was an arcane heavenly master, and his mental energy was extremely powerful. Therefore, he was able to extend the river diagram array to a radius of several hundred kilometers, causing everyone on the 5th level to enter that strange state. To put it bluntly, if Mu Feng had any killing intent in his heart, everyone on the 5th level would have unknowingly died. This river diagram array is really terrifying, muttered Zhuowen in a low voice, as he looked at the river diagram on the jade cauldron, while his eyes were filled with hope. Many thanks, Grandmaster Mu Feng. Zhuowen immediately cupped his hands respectfully. Mu Feng waved his hand and said, "Do your best to act out this river diagram array. This thing is extremely powerful, and will be of great benefit to you. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, Mu Feng ignored Grandmaster Tusida and the other 3 behind him. He took a step forward, intending to leave this place. However, he was stopped by Zhuowen. "Is there anything else?" Mu Feng asked in confusion. Zhuowen took a deep breath, cupped his hands and said, "Grandmaster Mu Feng, do you know the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil? If you do, I hope you can tell me. I'll be eternally grateful." "Oh. How do you know that I have the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil?" Mu Feng asked in surprise. "Back then, Elder Xiuan told me that he once asked you for clues about the 1,000-fold fossil in the outer court. Unfortunately, he was chased out by you." Zhuowen smiled embarrassedly. Mu Feng nodded, and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. He said, "So it's that little fellow Xiuan. I do know the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil, so there's no harm in telling you. The 1,000-fold fossil should be in the Azura Blood Arena on Azura Island. If you have the chance, you can go to Azura Island to look for it." Azura Island's Azura Blood Arena? Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Mu Feng to be so easy to talk to. He immediately told him about the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil. "Many thanks for telling me, Grandmaster Mu Feng," Zhuowen said with gratitude in his eyes. Mu Feng nodded, and said meaningfully, "Remember. You must study the river diagram array well. Don't let my painstaking efforts down. I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, Mu Feng left the 5th floor without looking back. He left in an extremely carefree manner. "Kid. Don't you think that this Mu Feng is very strange? According to what Elder Xiuan said, this Mu Feng should be an extremely stubborn and paranoid fellow. Why is he so easy to talk to now? Also, this fellow kept asking you to study the river diagram array well. Is there something shameful about it?" Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out. Zhuowen was startled. Now that he thought about it, Mu Feng's attitude towards him was indeed a little too good. However, he didn't think too much about it. He said, "Maybe it's because I've perfected the river diagram array. That's why Grandmaster Mu Feng treasures me. Now that I know the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil, it's a good thing for me." After speaking, Xiao Hei was silent for a moment. Then, she continued, "In short, you must be careful. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world." "I know. I'll be careful," Zhuowen said absent-mindedly. His mind was currently focused on the 1,000-fold fossil, and he didn't pay attention to Xiao Hei's reminder, "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.